So this episode's going to be a little different, if you will, than what we're normally running. So we're going to run it more like a survival episode.
Well, that's not great.
Loose. We'll call it a loose survival episode.
I mean, my survival's +0, so...
All right. So you guys are here at the start of the jungle. Behind you is a pathway down to the shore. I will go ahead and say that you guys were able to, since I didn't explain this earlier, you guys are a little bit lucky. You guys were able to find your packs with most of your belongings in it, as they did wash up upon shore. However, going through them to make sure all your stuff was there, you'd realize that your rations that you all were carrying, that you all normally carry, most of them were spoiled, and you have enough rations for about 2 days and enough water in your jugs for about 2 days. The weather inside the jungle, as it was raining before, has now dispersed, and the sun is shining. As you can tell, roughly, it is early morning. As you guys were about to land, it is early morning, but the sun is starting to pop out and beat down as it starts to get warm and humid inside the jungle. And you are at the entrance of the jungle. Behind you is the shore. To the front of you is dense jungle. No real pathway necessarily, but a dense jungle is in front of you. What would you guys like to do?
I suppose orient ourselves so we know which way is north.
Easily enough. From where you guys know you were coming, from your map anyway, you guys knew you were coming in from the south with the island off to the east, so you would you get your size oriented north, and you guys are now all facing north if you would like to enter into the jungle or do whatever else you'd like to do.
Well, we need to figure out what we're doing for supplies.
Yeah.
True.
Why the fuck didn't we ask the weird snake people? Be like, hey, what do you eat?
I don't know if we were on that good of terms to be, asking for recipes.
Well, besides eating their dead friend, there's gonna be a lot of less recipes.
I have Mergaxer's head, but y'all seem to think that his blood burns or something when you touch it. I don't know.
Whose head?
Seems fine to me. Mergaxer? The
You
guy
just carry
we
a
murdered.
head around?
Well, I thought, we could study it, but, nobody really did because I forgot I had it.
When he tells you that he has Mergaxer's head and opens up his pack, you guys do get this nasty stench of rotting flesh coming from his pack.
Oh, what does it look like?
Since it's been through a storm and a bunch of water, it is like the face of a bullywug, like Mergaxer was, but a lot of his flesh is just like falling off, and it smells like it's rotting. His eyeball has actually popped out of the socket, and it's just like dangling there. It looks pretty gross.
I don't think it's really I'm sorry about your frog friend. I don't think you should really. I don't.
We could use the head to trap scavengers.
You have a weird obsession with this head for some reason.
I find it astonishing everybody else here is okay with the fact that we just carry a frog's head in somebody's backpack like nobody's business. It's fine. That's cool.
I was going to have a snake head too, but they took it.
Oh, new friend. That is beyond the least of my worries.
So is this your old friend? And I point to the pack with the severed head.
No, just a new enemy.
Nice.
But there are bigger things that we need to do, so we need to move.
Well, we could fish. Hang out on the beach, start a fire, you know.
Catch some
Sure, there's a
sun.
lighthouse somewhere. Maybe we should take a break. I don't know. I'm sure there's a bunch of we could raft it. I mean,
Take a break. You've just gotten here.
we've been traveling for like 2 days. This is 2 or 3 days, and I don't remember if you remember, but we just murdered that guy, and then had a whole diplomatic negotiation.
Oh, if that's going to break your mind, maybe this isn't the quest for you.
There's something wrong with her, I think.
The thing that's wrong with me is that we're still standing here on the beach.
So then
Technically, the beach is over there. We're still in the jungle.
we're still yeah, we're jungling. Does anybody have a map or something? No?
Well,
Okay.
I figure we're on the island we were aiming for, just, on that peninsula near the encampment. So, in theory, if we just start heading north, we should probably make it there before we run out of resources.
Yeah, so by looking at your guys' map that you mostly have, that you believe to be true, you're looking, and from where your token party is, you're looking at about, let's see, 4, like a 4.5-day trek on foot through this per your map. But again, you guys have never been here.
It's farther now this way than just walking in the first place.
What is, aside from what's in your jungle, or what's in here, you guys don't know what it entails or what's even here. So
The last time I was in a jungle, I ended up in front of a dark tower. Fun.
So I'm gonna just shape change into Captain Jackass and be like,
sorry.
"Don't worry, I'm a great captain. Everything will be fine. This will be faster than walking."
Sorry, I calculated that wrong. You're looking at about a 2.5, 3-day trek.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. We could start for a day.
Yeah, 2.5, 3-day trek, depending on what you run into and everything else.
So how much shit does everybody else got?
How much what?
Well, all the food is spoiled. We just have 2 days of water, is what he said. So we just need to find food on the way by either fishing or, it's a tropical island. There's probably boars.
Can hunt a pack of 40 to 50 wild boars.
Yeah, that could feed at least Scrimmable.
I will allow you guys to do certain checks as you guys make your trek through to do these things if you would like.
I'm just gonna start walking since somebody else is doing anything.
Okay, so as you guys, on the map that we're at, you're going south, but that means you're actually going north, if that makes sense. There is a little path like here as it's off the beach, but as you get into the end, like down here, you notice that it's just dense trees, it's dense vines, it's dense jungle, all sorts of plants, etc.
So I still have the jungle image as my background. Am I supposed to be looking at the map?
Oh, my bad. Nope, you got the. Sorry, I was supposed to take you to the map before. Here, let me redo all of that jazz that I was telling you. So on your map, as you guys are down here, you are looking at like a 2.5, 3-ish day or so compared to the map that you believe to be true, as the camp is here. So that is where you guys currently are.
If we get super lost, maybe a lifetime.
Well, we could go up the coast. That would make sense.
So, as you guys are here, this is so you have the beach behind you. You also have the jungle in front of you. Ram, you started walking towards the entrance of said dense jungle. Go ahead and give me a perception check, actually, as you step up to the front of it.
uh, that's a 4, but a natural 1.
Lovely. To you, it looks oddly dim in there. As you look up, there's a lot of cover in the jungle, but again, it's pretty dark and dense, dim
It's
and
dark.
dense for the
dim,
jungle.
dim or dark? Am I Doug Dimmadome or Doug
You're Doug Dimmadome.
Dimmadarkin.
It's dim, but as the sun is cracking and coming out now from that storm, it's getting a little bit lighter, but it's still very dim. You can't really see very far into
As
it.
I step in and I'm looking in, I turn around and go, it's a little dim, and then I'm dancing lights.
Ooh, lovely. So
And
as your
then-
dancing lights pop
Oh,
out,
okay, go ahead.
as your dancing lights pop out, you do see there seems to be a little bit of a worn path that you can make out with those lights that you popped out. And you can see a little bit farther now in, and it does look like you'll be able to at least trek through this beginning part of the jungle if you'd like.
I turn around and I go, there looks to be like a little worn path where we can trek through, possibly.
And Vilgax will walk up, like, poke her head past you, to say, "Dim, looks fine to me."
Does it look like a well-traveled path? Are there like footprints on it?
No.
Have you seen a deer path? It's like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little path, but you can kind of make out a direction. But as far as like footprints, wear and tear, other humanoids, not really. It's just more of a jungle path, if you will.
All right, let's go that way.
Awesome. So as you guys trek into the beginning parts of the jungle, you hear songbirds, a little bit of buzzing alike from insects. You travel probably what is about a mile or so in, and you come upon behind some trees. It's a little hard to see, but it's easy enough because it looks a little different than where you are. You see some stones. Runes, if you will.
Man, every time we have these, they suck.
Hey, we've never
Who wants
had
to
these
blow up the
before.
island, boys?
Self-destruct sequence activated.
In front of you, you see some stonage, some shrines, if you will, in front of you.
I immediately pull out my notebook.
Mm-hmm.
I walk right up to him and just get a closer look.
There is some writing on them.
Is it a writing that I know how to read?
Do you know how to read?
It's common and draconic.
Then no, not you.
What language is it in?
It is in.
If we don't have someone who speaks it, then we can't know it, can we?
Well,
Does
if it's not
anybody
Yoder,
know?
then
I've got
Does
a lot
anybody know how to read primordial?
yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Double primordial readers.
Celestial,
Frickin'
common,
nerd.
primordial, and undercommon.
Love it. That I didn't even know that, and I'm glad I put it in there. So as you walk up to these runes, you notice that it is in primordial, and you start to kind of whisper and talk and kind of read it aloud. These stones and shrine, if you will, essentially say wild. It's very like broken up, but it's like wild jungle, danger, tread lightly.
That's comforting.
I'll look over at
That's fair.
Yoder, who seems to be the only other one like actively looking at them / reading it, and go, "Oh, that's helpful."
Yeah, I think we already knew that. Or we could have guessed at least.
So
I'd
that
like to-
is I'll say that is like this first stone that you guys kind of like see out of the bunch. That's what that says.
Oh, is there any writing on any of the other stones?
There is. So as you guys walk around, kind of I'd say there's like a, not quite to the map. There's probably like 3 or 4 stones that are here. That one said wild, jungle, tread lightly, danger. There is a couple other mentions that are like, it's almost like worn off, so you can only get parts of like kind of like what it's saying. There's
Say live nude girls.
unfortunately not. There is some mention of Triton. There is mention, you can kind of make out the word Triton. You can make out the word Yunti. You can make out the word lizard folk on these as well. And kind of on the broken up though, like so like up here and down here on that third stone, you can kind of see wild and then magic towards the bottom.
Wild magic.
Vilgax is gonna look over at Yoder and go, "This is old, very old.
Very old.
We probably shouldn't be here."
Perfect. You easily do that in your journal, Rom.
I want to try and use my finder's goggles to use locate creature for a human.
Locate creature for a human. Oh, all right. How does that? What is the language of your goggles again?
Describe a name or creature that is familiar to you. You can sense the direction to the creature's location if it's in 1,000 feet.
Ooh, okay. Going early for this. I actually had this kind of planned, but you beat me to it. You put your finder's goggles on and you attune to. Did we ever? Oh yeah, Astra. You kind of like ask Astra to help a little bit too with this, even though it's not really her domain. But you get a ping for a human still north. You know that there is, so you know the direction of the human, which is on the pathway that you were on. Yep, you can do that.
All right, so my eyes kind of glaze over for like, a split second. I'll just go, "There's something this way. It's something human."
Human.
Humans are terrible creatures.
Did I send my echo out to scout out to see if it's a friendly human?
How do you know how far away they are?
The goggles won't necessarily tell you the feet. What it?
It tells me direction.
Yeah, so the direction. It doesn't really say how far they are, but it is in that direction. A human is in that direction.
I don't know if they're friendly or not.
They could be
I
from
was
the.
thinking my echo scouting thing might work. See if they look friendly.
Or like any other plan you've tried so far, you just ultimately tip them off and we have no surprise attack and they bum rush us.
Well, they could be from the military camp, maybe.
Maybe.
All right, Vilgax, just you make all the decisions from here on out, and I'll just listen.
Starting off early, huh?
Wow, okay. I was just saying,
Every time I ever suggest anything, he says, "No, that's a bad plan. All of your plans ever have always been bad."
look at your track record. You're like, "Let's throw this rock." Oh, look, everything's trying to kill us. That worked out fantastically well.
From the stone, that is basically all you guys can see from here. Those are what you've made out from them. Again, they're a little bit worn, they're a little bit broken. They do seem to be older in nature, but those are the words that you do make out from them.
Well,
Hey Ram, have any special skills that would be helpful in this situation? New
For
guy?
what?
For being lost in
kind
the
of-
jungle.
Oh, being lost in the jungle? Well, quite frankly, I was lost in the jungle for quite some time, so I would assume so.
Before you guys travel any farther in, I will need to know kind of your marching order as well as your navigator, who you want that to be.
Well, who's good at finding things? Not me. I'm not a Hufflepuff. So
I mean,
Well,
Yoder.
if we're doing Grimm's Echo thing, that can be in front, and then
Okay.
I suppose I should probably be in the front of our group after using the locate thing to give direction. That'd make the
Are we
most sense.
splitting? Are we splitting the party? How are we doing this?
I think Echo Boy's going first. Like, how far ahead that can go, and then I'll lead the current group and let
So
them know
what-
which direction we should be more or less going.
Graham, remind me when you send your Echo out on exploration.
So if I'm like fully possessed in my echo, in which case I don't really have control over my body, it can go out to like 1,000 meters.
Okay.
But if I am just using it as an echo for combat and whatnot, it can only go 30 feet.
Okay.
So I can't really walk while doing the whole scout
Well, is
thing.
it 1,000 meters or 1,000 feet? Because there's a big
1,000.
difference there.
1,000
wait.
feet. 1,000 feet.
Because you're
Yeah,
switching
1,000 feet
measurements.
sounds more like that.
Okay.
So somebody would have to guide Grim as the Echo goes out farther. Which you can certainly do. I just want to know the marching order and what you guys are going to march in and how we're going to do it.
Suppose you guys could just either carry me or levitate me behind you as I'm possessed in the echo way ahead of us.
Wingardium Leviosa. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a spell for that. So like when
Looks
you're doing
like
your
Peter's talking, but I can't hear him.
you said you can't hear Peter.
Yeah, it looked like he was talking, but I couldn't hear him.
Can you hear you now, Peter? Say something.
what?
Oh, yeah, you're there.
Yeah, now I hear him.
Okay, cool. So right now, as from what I hear, you guys have Grim's Echo going out, then Vilgax, Grim, Yoder, Rom, kind of in that order. Grim is going to send his Echo out up to like 1,000 feet. Somebody will have to guide Grim as he doesn't have any sight, and you don't have any hearing, correct?
Yeah, I pretty much have no perception of what my body's actually doing.
Okay, that's what I thought.
If
Wait,
you have
so-
all this
I don't
stuff
think
going on. Sorry, go ahead.
Why don't you just put your arms on my shoulder? Because how tall are you?
Mm,
I guess it's been a while since I even looked. Let
right,
me
like
look.
6'5", something like that.
6'4".
6'4".
How tall am I? I'm 6'3", so just put your arms on my shoulders and just, you could just.
Conga line through the jungle.
Sounds good to me. So I have Grim's Echo, then Vilgax, then Yoder, and then Grim and Rom bringing up the rear.
I should probably go like 40, 50 feet ahead of the party and try and stealth and scout.
Yep. All right, let's do that. All right, so you three, Yoder, Rom, Grim, are taking up the rear-ish. 50 feet ahead of you will be Vilgax with... How far do you want to send out your Echo, Grim?
Oh, I suppose. Like, how far can we see through the jungle? I guess they don't need to see the echo, so it can probably be, let's say, 500 feet out there. Doesn't need to be all the way.
Already? You're going to do this to me already, huh? Okay. You're going to hate me for this, by the way. All right. So with that, you send your echo
Ow.
out about 100. Would you say 200 feet or so? It can keep going. You can see through your echo basically, so you know
Yep.
what's going on in your brain, but etc. So you can send them farther or go backwards as much as you want to in this. For now, as that happens, Vilgax, you go out. I just need a stealth check from you, and then
Oh, I gotta get my dice roller ready.
and Ram, I need just a regular 20 roll and then a D100 roll.
Oh, I haven't used the D100 roll in so long.
27.
Perfect. You are. So as you guys watch Vilgax go off into the jungle, he almost but vanishes about 50 feet ahead of you.
I got that predator cloak.
Yes. But you know he's there. He assured you he is there, but you know he is out scouting. So a 25 and an 80. Sorry,
I don't
just
know how that.
a 20.
Not 20, 15. Oh my god. It was a
15.
15.
Which is still nuance. Okay, and an 86. 86. Oh, too bad you guys you aren't hurt. So as you go and so behind you, the three of you end up invisible. So you guys all three know that you're invisible. So Vilgax, as you're going out to stealth, you kind of turn around, and then the three of them vanish behind you as you go off in stealth and get into your position to start scouting. Ram, as you cast this, you feel this energy almost from within, and it feels like
Yeah.
you drank a health potion. If when you do that, I think you're full health right now, aren't you, or no?
Yes.
Okay, but you get the feeling as if you had just drank a potion as soon as you cast invisibility, which seems a little weird, but
I can't see them, even with true
you
sight.
do. No, actually, I take that back. You can still see them. So you see that. You kind of know what invisibility looks like as well, so you know that he casts something on themselves, but you still see their outlines and their figures behind you. I forgot you have true sight.
So Vilgax will turn around the back of her head, and she's in female Hadar form, and just give that nice look, like Jurassic Park. Clever girl.
Perfect, I love it. So as you guys go out, you guys are traveling for about a mile, kind of weaving in and out of the jungle. Go ahead and give me anybody who wants to at this point. As it's been like maybe an hour or two, and you guys did crash. You guys are feeling a little hungry. You do have your 2 days worth of or 2-ish days of rations. But if you guys would like, you guys can give me a survival check.
14. I am good at the survival.
15.
Okay. Anybody who wants to and feels hungry at this point can give me the check.
I'm gonna do that and use my determined hunter to try and eliminate a wild boar.
Okay.
Or whatever local wildlife I see tracks
Okay.
of. Oh, so 12.
12. All right. So everybody, so we got a 12, a 15, a 10, and 14. Awesome. So where you guys are currently at, the three of you that are in back that are invisible, you're able actually to pick out some berries from bushes that are next to you, and you determine that they are well enough to eat. They are not poisonous at all, which is enough to fill you up, at least satisfy you a little bit. So you feed some to Grim. He kind of like take the berry and you like open his mouth and like shove it in, and he resists a little bit, but he takes it eventually because it tastes sweet. Vilgax was a 12, so you are able to pick up. You are able to pick up a couple of rabbits. Let's say two little rabbits that would give enough. Perfect. That will give you enough, maybe for two of you to kind of have a meal at some point, or more of a snack. You will have to cook it, So, but you do pick up 2 rabbits. If you want to go ahead and mark that down.
All right.
And then, yeah, that tracks. All right, I need the
I cast prestidigitation.
and immediately as the the remnants disappear from and get cleaned off of your face. I
Oh,
will
okay.
need a survival check from. Let's do a combined one from Vilgax and Grim. Another one for direction of the way that you're going.
Well, sorry everybody.
Crit.
5.
20 plus 1. Net 20.
Awesome. So you are.
Wow.
The problem with your nat 20 is you are still in the mind of um, your echo. However, the echo, you're able to pick up through it the direction that you're going is correct. So you kind of like, you're able to, when you see that, you're able to like, you lift your hand up somehow and you're able to like point your party in the right direction as it's way out, so you guys know that you're going in the right way. Vilgax, what was yours? A 5.
Yep.
So since you are a little ways ahead, they don't necessarily see. They saw where you went, and you keep stealthing in and out of the jungle. You do. You do make a. I'll allow you to a little bit later, but you start going a little more west. You kind of like lose your track a little bit and start going a little west. You no longer can see the party behind you. You are alone in the jungle as far as you know right now.
That sounds fun.
All right. As the time goes, it is getting hotter out. The sun is starting to beat down. We are getting into about the 90 degrees or so. So you guys can stay out here for a while, but the heat will start to get to you after eventually.
Can I
as you guys
cast
travel.
control flames on the sun?
No.
It's kind of a big fire. I don't know if you're strong enough for that.
I'm going to say no.
I want to shape
What's the
change.
range on that?
It's the range on that. I don't know, a couple million parsecs.
I think at that point I would look up and Vilgax would think, seems like this is not fitting. And I'd probably try and shape change into the lizard people that live here. They should be better suited for this kind of climate.
Okay, you you want to shape change into the snake people that you had just met, or the lizard
Yeah.
folk from the. Okay, so you shape change into one of the Yanti form that you saw earlier, humanoid body with a snake head, if you will.
Do I feel cooler?
No, ironically, not really. You still feel like you, but you look cooler, so that's cool.
Style points.
Is he walking with swag now?
A little bit of swag. A little bit of swag.
Do any of us notice that Vilgax isn't?
So I could rewind a little bit. Give me a perception check, as he was just out of the side of your, just ahead of you in sight, before you stopped to
Ooh,
eat
that's
those berries.
good. That's very good. I'm good at that one.
Man, we never established how this works, really.
What's
The
that?
party's probably going to attack me.
No.
18.
18. Go ahead and give me another stealth roll, Vilgax. Just yeah, go ahead and give me another stealth. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
So that's good for you, actually. So as you know, he's out there sneaking and trying to kind of assess the situation for you guys out in front, just behind the echo. As you guys stop to eat the berries, you notice, and then when Grim kind of like points in the direction you guys were supposed to be going, you notice that Vilgax, a brief glimpse of him, goes the other way from where Grim was pointing.
Um,
And I'm sneaking, breaking every branch, like, fuck.
Yeah, so you're able to see him, and you hear like the kind of like the a branch break off in that direction as you guys eat your berries and prestidigitate the gunk off of Grim's face before you go forward. So you do see that Vilgax kind of goes west, where Grim was pointing a little bit more in like northeast.
I'll wait like a couple minutes and then just keep an eye out for him.
Okay.
And I assume I don't see him for a while.
No, you definitely do not. As you guys travel forward and you're keeping going, you travel for about 30 minutes or so, and you actually start to hear songbirds start chirping deeper and deeper as you go.
I point to Yoder
Mhm.
and I whisper, hey, what does the lady, the female, does she usually just like walk off randomly and disappear into the wood?
Not so loudly, usually. She kind of does her own thing, but yeah.
Is
I'm
this
not sure what
normal?
she's doing.
Oh,
Is anything normal for her? I don't know.
I. That's what happens with being, a weird character. You're not really sure what their antics are about.
Yep.
So
I
I'm
mean,
just
to be
gonna
fair,
assume.
I usually don't know what I'm doing. So.
Nobody's talking to you. No, I'm just kidding. Um,
Oof.
well, so safe to assume that she's fine.
She can get out of trouble if she's pretty uh, crafty.
Slippery,
Are
I'd say.
we? Are
Slippery, yeah.
I? I mean, okay.
I'm
I'm
sure
not
she's
convinced.
fine. Right?
From what I've seen thus far, in my opinion, she's more like Grim, where you jump into things you're not supposed to and you get yourself in all kinds of trouble. Just watch this bitch almost drown. I'm not convinced.
I wasn't almost drowned. Come on. I almost had to try.
Yeah, but yet yet I don't get any thanks for saving anybody's life in this situation. It's fine. Anyway,
We haven't killed you
Yoder.
yet.
We
Yoder's
thank
dead.
everybody who saved our lives. We'd be thanking people all the time. We never have time to do anything else.
Yoder, since it's getting hotter out, he takes like a strip of like the blanket he has in his pack and like rips a strip off and like
Mhm.
wets it and like wraps it around the back of his neck to keep cool.
Okay, so going forward, what you guys have is a D6 of water.
Ooh.
Each
So
of
do
you.
I roll for that?
Just a second. So each of you have a D6 of water, and you'll have a D8 of food. Okay. All right. So go ahead and give me a D6 roll, Yoder.
Okay. Roll. 5.
5. Okay. So unfortunately, what happens here is, so you take out your water. Actually, give me a survival roll as well.
Survival skills all the way at the bottom. Ooh, 9.
9. All right. And I'd even set the DC a little lower, but unfortunately, so what happens here is, so with the 5, you end up dumping a little bit too much water onto um, your headband, if you will.
Yeah.
So now you are actually down to a D4 of water.
Oh no.
Your water is
How irresponsible of me.
you're a little like you were getting hot and you wanted to throw it on and you were just thinking,
Oh,
oh, it
yeah.
wouldn't be that bad, so you dumped it and you actually like dumped a little bit too much out of your canteen onto
Yep.
that. So you have a little bit less water than everybody else does currently at this point. It is starting to get a little hot, and Vilgax, you are now. So after you guys travel, you do that. You travel for about another hour or so up the path. Vilgax, nobody is in sight of you right now currently. And the rest of you are traveling towards the echo of Grim. It is getting warm. It is getting a lot warmer now as it's becoming early morning.
Wasn't I supposed to be telling Grim where the echo is supposed to be going?
You were, but now
Oh,
you
no.
went the wrong way, unfortunately. And it is getting a little bit hotter now. You guys are starting to get thirsty. Go ahead and everybody give me a d6 roll.
Except for me.
Except for you, you've already done that. I will allow you to take a swig out of that 5 though, so it kind of
Oh, okay.
ends up being a 4.
Slightly
Everyone's
above
gonna get a
average.
4, huh?
4.
6. 6. 6. And then everybody gives me a survival roll as well.
17.
Perfect.
16.
Perfect. Ouch.
That's never good.
So
It's my best one.
I have boxes here that I'm kind of keeping track of for water. For food, we're gonna do something a little different, but for water. So right now, out of the 6, Rom, you have 4 left. Yoder, you have 4 left, and Vil and Grim, you have like 5, essentially 5 sides of the dice left. As you guys were able to do, you take it out, take a swig, you don't trip, you don't gargle, you don't spit it out, etc., etc. It is a little warm though. Not really cold water yet, but still. But take a swig of water. You guys are replenished, refreshed for the most part.
If I don't feel
Okay.
like any difference from being the lizard people, I'm gonna just change back into female pirate.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a smart thing.
Uh-huh.
Right? It's getting hot. We're losing water.
Yep.
Okay, Nelly.
It's getting hot in here.
I'm gonna take off all my. I'm gonna stop everybody and be like, okay, look. I don't think it's smart if we keep traveling in the jungle while it's hot. I think we should go at night where it's scary.
Not because it's cool, but because it's scary.
Yeah. So we could hunker down and take a nap for a couple hours. And then hopefully Vilgax shows up.
I think that's a good idea. Avoid the heat.
Cool. Sounds amazing. At that, I'm going to ask everybody to step away from me. Hold on.
Aren't you still carrying me, kind of?
Yep.
No, you're like behind me.
Did you sit him down, place him down?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell Yoder to get his ass behind me, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
use my breath weapon of cold and freeze everything in front of me for 15 feet.
God damn it. Okay.
Air conditioning.
So
I'm
Okay.
smart, not stupid.
Okay, hold on. Set this up for me. So you're kind of in the jungle. You got the trees above you that are giving you mostly canopy, but there is a bunch of sun beating down through like the cracks of it. That's kind of like why you guys are getting hot. It is a little bit humid in here, as it did just rain. So you are going to try and freeze everything in front of you for 15 feet. Trees and everything, grass, land, all that
Whatever.
in the
If
jungle
it's
where
there,
it's
it's frozen.
I feel like it's
90
gonna make a lot of fog.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it comes from my heart. So
Okay.
I am a dragonborn.
You are.
I mean, I'm not.
You're a human.
I'm a human.
How do you have a breath weapon?
That's none of your fucking business, Vilgax. Maybe
Okay,
talk to
Because
me
he uses
nicely and I'll
Listerine
tell
for
you.
that icy fresh breath.
All right, so you go ahead and do this. You guys, Yoder, you kind of stand with Grim behind far enough away. And so like kind of in this, what we'll call like this area where all the trees are and everything, everything is frozen within like a 15 cube. So like outside of this like 15-foot cone-ish where you're standing is kind of hot, but then as soon as you step into like this frozen tundra now, it is warm. Is this a magical cold too, so it can't be melted? Am I right? Or is it literally? It's just your breath weapon, right?
It's my breath weapon,
Okay.
yeah, bro.
So what I'm gonna say is Okay. We're gonna pretend like it will last you. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
Actually, I'll let you roll. Give me a d6 roll.
I don't know what that is. That's a 6.
Perfect. It is so when you
So is
blow
that
your
bad?
so when you blow actually it's good when you blow your breath weapon out, you kind of like go check the ice and everything, and it is like rock solid. And you see the sun kind of beating down on it, but it doesn't look like normally sun ice is gonna melt
Mhm.
fairly quickly, start melting, but right now it's still staying solid currently.
Okay. Cool.
Um,
Everybody, give me your water pouches.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna try to use a leaf that's not frozen to
uh-huh.
capture water to fill their pouches.
Give me a survival check with disadvantage.
Oh
Okay.
boy. And our water is
Oh
contaminated.
man, that's good. That's still a 12.
12. All right. You're able
It was
to
a
kind of use.
17. I'm so
Oh,
mad.
so you're able to like kind of what you're hoping anyway is that you set up an apparatus kind of lower where your ice kind of is, and see if you can catch any water. It currently isn't, as your structure that you built out of your breath weapon is solidly ice. But from all intents and purposes, you hopefully will get some water later. But right now, your structure is solid.
Yes, I have, Johnny. It tastes just as fine.
So
Look, we're trying to survive here, not go off into the wilderness the wrong direction.
yes. So with that, you guys are able to step into your and stay cooler in this frozen. It's very cold in here from his breath weapon. But right now, you're at least out of the heat for now.
I'm gonna
And
try to cool my water pouch with his ice.
yeah, your water pouch will be
Break off a
cool
couple
just
chunks
from
and
sitting in there for now. So that's what you guys are chilling in there.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Okay, you take a nap.
I'm gonna take a
Everybody look.
nap here.
Rom takes a nap, a short rest. But Yoder and Grim, you do start to get very chilly. But we are going to cut to Vilgax. Vilgax, go ahead and give me another survival check, as it's been about two. It's probably been about an hour and a half, 2 hours now that you've been traveling this way.
I'm not good at these.
The way that you were.
Perfect 0.
Yeah, you see
You
that? Nobody
believe
else
you
has
are
done that
on.
today.
You believe you're on the right track, and you keep traveling that way. Grim, your echo at this point. What is it doing?
Well, it's kind of, I guess, just scouting a circle around us to see if
Okay.
it can find Vilgax or maybe some more food.
And you get about 1,000 feet, right?
Yep.
How far do you think you can walk in an hour? How many feet is that? Average.
Through
How
rough
many feet?
terrain, maybe 2 miles in an hour at a
How
walking
many?
pace.
I mean, I can walk a mile in like
So there's 60.
Well,
Okay,
we're not
10
talking
that's
like
minutes.
a sidewalk or a nice
yeah.
trail. Like anybody can walk like 4 or 5 miles an hour on that stuff, but
All right. So in the
rough
jungle,
terrain.
I think you're probably getting about a mile or so an hour, maybe a mile and a half, depending. Your echo is can walk a little bit better than that, being that it's incorporeal ghost of you. Um, I'll go ahead and let you roll for your echo a compounded. Let's see. I will let you roll an investigation with using your. Go ahead and use your modifiers. Investigation, trying to see if he can find Vilgax as you set up your camp and walk around. That is a 5. Uh, he does a circle kind of around your camp as you bring him back and go in. He goes off. You go off a couple 100 feet even and starts doing a circle, but you don't pick up really anything else, any humanoids, anything except for the songbirds are still chirping. But as far as like finding humanoids, you don't see anything.
Well, I guess I may as well take a nap, and maybe Vilgax will stop getting lost.
Okay. So Yoder, Ram, and Grim can all take a short rest. Vilgax,
Hi,
go
it's
ahead.
me.
Go ahead and give me a perception check from where you're at.
All right then. You keep asking me for all these bad checks.
I mean, you guys are in a survival type of thing. The jungle in front of you keeps getting denser and denser for a
Gotta
while.
love those low single-digit rolls all day.
Every check he's asked me for all day is my wisdom, which is a -2.
You guys are in a survival mode, so that tracks. So as you walk a little bit more west, you don't know that because you are, in fact, lost. I'm not gonna lie. I really thought this was gonna take a little longer for some of you to get lost, but
You underestimate us.
I do every time. As you walk, all of a sudden, the jungle starts to get less dense, and you see what looks like, or start to hear the water of the ocean again. Ooh, I like that. You are now warmed. The ice structure is not affecting you right now, Yoder.
Nice.
So, Vilgax, you start to hear, it starts to lighten up a little bit as far as the jungle thickness goes, and you start to hear kind of like the waves of an ocean.
All
And
right.
you feel, you've been traveling for at least a few hours now, 4 hours ish into this jungle as you guys are traveling along for the most part. You didn't see anything, that's gonna jump out or hurt you guys, but you start to hear the ocean again. And as you get closer and go towards the ocean, you step out and you see that you were back right where you started, on the ocean beach side where you guys crashed.
At that point, Vilgas is gonna look around and go, "Wait, what? This can't be right." Hey, and then turn around and not see anybody at all.
Yes. You see nobody behind you, nobody to the side of you. You just hear the rushing of the ocean, and you still see some of the wood floating in the water from the shipwreck. So you notice that.
Did I see anybody out in the ocean?
Nope, there's nobody there. There's nobody out in that ocean.
And Vilgas is gonna go, "You know what, Captain? Glad you met Davy Jones, ship tier captain. I'm gonna turn around back into the woods, and I want to try using locate creature on Yoder."
Okay, do that. Is there any save for that, or is that how does that work?
Nah, it's just something for my goggles.
Oh, okay. So you were able to pick up the direction of Yoder with the goggles, and you start heading that way. With your goggles, it does take you about as the night, as the day goes on, you are going to lose one of your rations as you are hungry. Unless you want to stop and make a campfire and take an hour or so to eat one of the rabbits.
I'll just keep heading back to everybody for right now.
Okay. So 1 plus 2 rabbits. All right. So as you head that way, everybody else. 1 second. And Ram. Okay. Okay. So as you start, everybody else is napping. Ram, Grim, Yoder, you are napping. Grim, Yoder, you're okay. You have a hot coffee. Ram, you wake up from your nap feeling refreshed. Still no sign of Vilgax quite yet. Grim, I need you to. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as you wake up.
6.
Lovely. So as you wake up, you are freezing cold, even through your, especially through your heavy metal armor that you have. And since you took a nap in here without being warm or keeping warm or anything like that, I need you to take a point of exhaustion for me, as you are shivering cold in this.
Hey, guess what? Those are
ice-
really fun.
Ice structure. So take one level of exhaustion for me, which is in your hit points.
Yeah, if you don't know what those
That's
do,
it.
check your character sheets.
Sorry, it's in your conditions. You click on condition and then you hit level 1 on exhaustion.
Yeah, if you get more than that, it gets real nasty.
So what exactly does exhaustion do?
So
Scroll
exhaustion.
down to the bottom of the panel. If you check level
should be
1,
a-
it'll tell
Oh,
you.
I have to expand the little arrow. Okay.
Yep,
Yep.
it'll tell you what it is. The first level isn't terrible.
Disadvantage
but
on
as-
ability checks. Currently, that's pretty terrible.
That is true. You guys are in survival mode. That is pretty bad. So there is that. And if you click the applied button on it, it'll actually update your sheet for having it. So it'll tell you disadvantage on that. So just in case you forget. So you do have one level of exhaustion. Rom, Yoder, you look at Grim and he is shivering cold. Rom, you're fine. Ice, you love ice. Yoder, you have your you had a sip of coffee earlier and put it away, so you're chilly. You're definitely chilly, but you're still
I also have a blanket I can wrap myself up in.
perfect.
Is that like a DM message? I've
I
never
have
seen
no
that
idea
before.
where that came from.
Yeah, it's just DM1. Vilgax has no active conditions.
So yeah, I have no
Okay.
idea where that came from. But,
Can I prestidigitate a little fire, and then use control flames to warm him up?
Wait, is that
Yes.
when I click my conditions thing, it shows you that?
I think I can give you guys conditions through Roll20 since I have Roll20 and D20 connected. So I could technically go to Grim, and then I could do it for you. But so yeah, it'll just
okay.
tell me. It'll tell me what you guys got as far as conditions goes. So that's cool. So yes, you build a little fire. Control flames. It is going to take a while to warm him up.
I start doing some little calisthenics to try to warm up too.
Hey, at least your one hand's still warm.
Yeah. However, you're able to get warmer, but having to do all of this and still being cold from the beginning, you still have a level of exhaustion. Instead of getting, as you sit in here, you're kind of staying level now versus, really gaining anything. But with that, as you make that, you start to hear. Actually, Rom, Yoder, Grim, Rom and Yoder, give me a perception check. Grim, give me one with a disadvantage. Perfect. 7.
3.
Grim, you're trying to you're focusing on the fire and trying to get warm. Yoder, you are wrapped up in your blanket, just trying to stay warm at this point. At least you're not sweating to death and hot, but you are getting a little chilly. Ram, you start to hear some sticks breaking, some brush kind of getting moved off in the distance.
Do you tell us that you hear something?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was eating.
Okay. Being since you
All
mentioned
right.
Okay.
If he points it out to me, then I send my echo over towards the noise.
Okay. you send your echo out towards the noise. Your eyes go dark. You are not incapacitated, but you're essentially incapacitated as your eyes are through your echo. Vilgax, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I can try.
5. Again, you're following the direction of your goggles, and it still looks now starting to look a little familiar from where you had before. So you believe you're still on the right path as you're following that. But as far as that, the jungle is still dense, to the point where you don't see much in front of you currently. About 15 minutes pass or so after you send your echo out, and you are hearing more sticks breaking and brush kind of sliding out as it's making something seems like it's coming towards you. Nice. And what would you like to do, Grim, with your echo?
Well, I was just investigating the noises that Rom pointed out towards me.
And it's still, you can hear those noises, and it sounds like it's coming towards you, towards your echo at this moment.
So the echo is going to try to stealth behind a tree and wait for the noise to come to it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll for your echo.
So does my echo technically get disadvantage as well because I'm wearing armor?
I don't know about armor, but you're exhausted.
You are exhausted, so I'll give it disadvantage because you have to really focus on moving this echo to where you need it to go. 21.
Where's
still
your
good.
disadvantage?
21 still good. Right. So your echo does sit kind of next to a tree, waiting for this, whatever this is, to pop out. Vilgax, go ahead and give me a survival check again.
If you would ask me for any positive check, I would love it.
We'll get there.
Natural 20, but it's still an 18.
Hey, I love that, but it's a natural 20. You finally feel like, okay, you fucked up, you went the wrong way. You went back to the start, essentially starting over your travels. You had to waste a little bit of food and water to get here, but you feel like you're on the right track. And with that, you keep trekking forward towards the direction your goggles are telling you to. And it might be a little bit. And with that, you start trekking towards this way. You're hearing the songbirds sing. You're hearing buzzing from insects. You do hear this little bit of like wind off in the distance, kind of like a whoosh, and then it disappears. And you see a little clearing kind of up ahead of you, where the little bit of couple trees kind of like open up a little bit. Grim, are you doing anything? Like Echo actually doing anything at this point? Like just waiting, like holding anything?
Pretty
just
much waiting to
pop out?
see who's coming with the noise.
Okay.
Would be
Are
the
you
idea.
holding?
And
Are you
if it's an enemy, it would be an attack. If it's Vilgax, it'd be like, long time no see.
Okay. So with that, I'm gonna actually leave this up to the dice. Then we're gonna let your Echo roll a perception, and Vilgax is going to roll a. Let's roll an athletics to get through this thick brush.
9.
Don't worry, I can still fuck it up.
Awesome. So Grim, you're holding your Echo is holding a sword and waiting to see what comes through. It's a dense jungle. Vilgax, you try to get through this clearing and you trip over a root of sorts as you fall through into this past this tree. Grim, you are even in your echo form, just at a heightened sense of trouble almost. So I need you to make an attack roll as this thing falls through the bushes.
$18.
Vilgax, what's your AC?
22.
Perfect. So as you go ahead and take the sword of your echo, as this thing falls out and Vilgax kind of lets out this like grunt, the sword swings right over the top as he's falling, basically missing. The only reason is because you tripped, is why the sword missed. And Vilgax falls right in front of your echo, and now you look down and you can see that it is Vilgax.
I thought he was a snake.
So, no.
He changed back.
Yeah. So I'll throw my arms up behind my head and go, are we still playing about?
Well, I just woke up from a nap because you just got lost for hours.
Did your echo talk? I don't think it does.
It never
you
said
just
it
see-
doesn't. No, I'm just kidding.
So you see the incorporeal echo that you know so well of Grim standing above you, kind of like with the sword, like, you know, as he just swung at you with the sword, or as it just swung at you with the sword. But now you get the sense that Grim's got to be around here somewhere, at least within 1,000 feet.
So I'm gonna stand up, keep trying to follow my possibly busted ass goggles from the shipwreck. Let's go. Well, how about you tell Dad I'm home? And I'm gonna walk off.
Perfect. So within about 30 minutes or so, you're able to actually see this ice structure, like in the forest, that looks completely weird and out of place. Why would you hate this episode? Oh, Gorquill. Got it. Gorquill.
That was the joke.
Yeah, I gotcha. He would hate this episode a lot. Vilgax, you see this ice structure that looks completely out of place in a hot jungle forest right out in front of you.
All right. Well, I would walk up to it, I guess, and just holler out and go, "Hi, what are we doing? Making the snowman?"
Not necessarily. No.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Does anybody have a knife? I have a.
All right, let me check my track here. Let's see where you guys are at.
Well, if the idea is to let everything we've ever seen know something's out of place, this is definitely it.
Isn't that what you were doing when you were bustling around in the woods earlier today?
Wait, hold on. You did prestidigitation earlier, didn't you?
I did.
I need you to roll in 20 and 100 again.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, I totally forgot you did that. Please roll a 20 and.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink quick.
Yeah.
I've been waiting. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was like, is he gonna ask me to do it? Is he gonna ask me to do it? Oh, that's the also the wrong one. Where is it? Oh, there you are. That's an 83 and a 13.
All right. So ironically
it's-
enough, like all this time, like Waits, you did the whole thing, you did your breath thing, like you feel like you're trying to test something out, right? And nothing happens for like the longest time. So you're like, oh, okay, weird. But then all of a sudden, as Vilgax comes back and you guys start chatting, you get a.
A cracked cold one with your boys?
All of a sudden, you get the sense of a little empowerment. You feel a little stronger. Not strength, but
magically.
as the spellcaster you are, magically you feel a little stronger against anything that might come towards you. For game purposes, anytime you cast a spell with a saving throw within the next minute at something, that person has disadvantage on that saving throw.
I would like to cast my breath weapon again directly at Vilgax. I'm just kidding.
Okay, thank God you're kidding. All right.
Bring it.
Your breath weapon isn't magical, right? I'm gonna say it's not. We're not gonna go with that.
It's technically not because it comes from within me.
Within, yeah, we're gonna go with that. All right, cool. So you guys are back. There's this
I'll
ice
Google
structure
it.
in the middle of the jungle, Vilgax, that you saw. Everyone's here. You guys are talking. Grim looks cold as shit. He's starting to turn a little blue. Yoder's
According
got a big.
to according to the Google, a breath weapon is not magical. This means any anti-magic zone would not be affected by a breath weapon.
Perfect.
Good to know.
So now you're here, middle of the jungle. You've been traveling for 4 or 5 hours. Well, you were traveling, then you stopped. Vilgax was traveling for that amount of time and came back all the way around, and now you guys are all together in the middle of a jungle inside of an ice structure that Rom built out of his breath weapon, and it has. You do see Rom when you go and check because you think, oh, I should go check my wine water basin. It's been 3-4 hours. Uh, so there is a little bit of trickle now into the leaf structure, enough to fill Yoder's bottle back up, if you would like, or somebody's essentially a full bottle's worth of water.
Would anybody like water?
I could use a refill.
I think I'm
What
down
is-
just one.
You
so.
are. So it would give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can fill the rest of everybody's water back up to be full.
Okay, I do that, and then I take a drink out of my flask again. Not my water thing, my flask.
Yeah. So everybody has full water. We are down a few rations. It is about that time. You guys are feeling hungry though, and you guys are stopped. So you guys feel free to do what you'd like for food.
Mm-hmm.
You could forage. You could use one of your 2 rations. Vilgax has his thing. You guys can do whatever you'd like.
We'll spend a bit of time trying to forage.
Okay.
Same.
Yoda will as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna just make a fire to cook these bunnies.
Cool. You
Yoda
do.
will use the mushroom harvesting kit that he got from the swamp.
All right. Give me 1 second here. Natural 20. Lovely.
So excited.
Where'd it go?
So is foraging survival then?
It is.
It's just 20.
So we are looking for. Give me a D6 roll plus your wisdom modifier, Rom.
That is a 2.
2. You are able to gather essentially enough for. What would you like? What kind of small rodent would you like to find in this jungle?
If I was Rom,
A capybara.
15. And then give me a D6 roll, Grim, plus your wisdom.
I would probably want it to be like a fat squirrel because I hate squirrels, but
Okay.
nobody knows that.
You find the fattiest squirrel that you can find, which is essentially about 2-ish pounds of squirrel. You gather that and you feel like that's enough food for you for this moment in time. Grim or Vilgax, you're cooking up your bunnies. That is easily enough. So you guys still have your 2 rations, but you guys are able to pick up enough food. Rom and Vilgax, you were. Grim, you're bigger, so it's a good thing you picked up a 5. What animal are you trying to find in this jungle that you would like to pick up 5 pounds worth and devour it because you're a big dragonborn?
A nice, tasty boa.
Okay, yeah, that tracks. You are able to find a gigantic boa. You hear Grim like slashing in the distance, and it seems like he got into a big fight, which is weird. But you're like, whatever, it's Grim. He does these things, and he comes back with this gigantic boa. And instead of sharing this 5 pounds of meat with you guys, he just devours all of it as he's really hungry. And that's enough free food for you right now, Grim. So you don't have to check off any. Well, I'm checking it all off for you, but we're
Does
not going
he-
to check off a.
Does he slurp it up like a big noodle?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And then I cook up the squirrel on the fire that I have made earlier.
Perfect.
And then I look at Yoder and I go, what is your favorite meal?
I think Yoder. You probably like something really hearty, like I don't know, something like a stew with
I would
meat
check. Yeah.
and
Mhm.
all the fixings.
Rabbit truffle stew.
I take a block of ice and I put it in a small bowl, and then I melt it on the fire, and then I take what kind of stew, and then I take this like half the squirrel meat, put it in the stew.
Well, usually I put like onions and peppers and all sorts of stuff in it, but I don't think we have quite the options around here.
And I cast prestidigitation again to make it smell like and taste like that stew that he has doth proclaimed he likes, and I give it to him.
And Vilgax will be sitting around the fire, like cooking the rabbits / like eating the rabbits. Just go, well, Yoder might not have the options, but at least the cutlery's not trying to kill us.
That's true.
You guys got attacked by cutlery?
And steam.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yoder's favorite place.
Sentient steam.
It's quite the you know, the toad. Yeah, that was him.
So your friend Frog made steam and cutlery attack you?
I wouldn't call him a friend, but I have his head in a bag here.
You should find something to wrap that in so it doesn't stink quite as bad.
It does smell absolutely profusive and just nasty inside this thing now that he opens that up. And
Yeah, as soon as he opens the bag, I'm gonna take it and just shove it into the side of the fucking icicle.
Can Grim smell it?
Oh yeah, but Grim loves that smell.
Nice.
I'm gonna make it
To
smell
the
like
point
roses.
where it's weird when he pulls it out. Like you guys make like gagging smell sounds, and Grim's just kind of like, "What? This is what it is." It's ahead. I'm just. It almost has no effect on him as far as like the profuse smell goes.
I'm
I
still
mean, if
gonna
worse
grab
comes to
it.
Act
worse,
like you've
we can
never
cook
seen
it.
a severed head before.
I'm still gonna grab it and shove it into the side of the icicle and try and freeze the fucking thing.
Grim just acts confused. Like, what?
All right. Is there anything else you guys would like to do as you guys are in this ice structure? Well, just outside of it, as you guys were talking, is there anything else you'd like to do? It's starting to become. What the heck?
Yeah, has the temperature started to go down yet?
Slightly, but not as much as you guys would like, as it's a very tropical jungle in here. Maybe a few degrees. It's still definitely warm, still definitely humid. In the area that you currently are, because this big ice structure, it feels cool, but Vilgax, it's been warm your whole trek up here. Let's see where you guys are at. Yeah, what would you guys like to do? It is becoming a little more evening. You guys are rested-ish. You're fed. You're drank. You feel okay, except for Grim still looks a little cold. More sluggish than anything, but he's still, he's Grim. He just ate. He's got a big full belly.
Well, Grimmelberg thinks we should just keep going because we lost a lot of time having to stop and wait here. And he doesn't see any reason to keep sitting here.
Yeah, I
So
think Yoder's
eager
like-
to get to back to all the shiny lights.
I think Yoder would agree that we should probably move on. It'll get colder, or it'll get cooler as we march. So,
Right. How would you guys like to proceed as far as the marching order? Are we doing the same thing? Vilgax going on his own again, Grim sending out Echo, or how would you guys like to do this time?
Do you still, Vilgax, can you still see that human that was out there? In the
I just
path?
know the last known direction. That's it.
Okay. So, but you can still like detect them. Are they outside of? Would you be able to tell if they were outside of your range of detection?
All I can tell is where the last time I sensed their aura.
Okay.
So do you want to do that again? And do we want to head in that direction, or do we just want to head kind of northish?
All I can tell is the last time I sensed their aura. So I said it like that.
Which is that same direction. We'll go with that. So it's up to you guys which way you'd like to travel. If you'd like to travel the way you were before with your Echo Grim, you certainly can. You could go back wherever you guys want.
I think maybe stay in a little tighter group this time, so people don't get lost.
Fair enough.
Hey, maybe this time also keep your sword in your pants. Or at least hit something if you're going to take it out.
Well, you're lucky that you tripped, or I would have hit something.
There's a lot of sexual tension in this group, isn't there?
That's not the kind of tension you think it is.
Whoever is leading wants to lead the group. I need a survival check.
Who's going to take the point this time? I had my turn.
Yoder can take point.
This time I'm going to watch the back.
So, ooh, that wasn't a good roll. That's a 7.
So you know how birds fly in a V? You just rotate to the back of the line.
There you go.
There you
With
go.
a 7. With a 7.
Yoder is very confident that he can guide the rest.
With a 7, you... It's easy enough to... I take that back. So we're going to... You guys know the direction you should go. As that Grim told you, hey, we need to go this way with the Echo. So you start going that way. And you travel for probably about half a mile. Yoder is out in front. With a 7 on survival, I need you to give me a... Let's see here. Where'd my table go? Oh, did I lose it? I might have lost it. I lost it.
Don't worry, I lose it all the time.
Give me a... Give me a perception check with disadvantage, Yoder, as you are leading the group forward towards the way you think you should be going.
Okay. And one. Yeah, 8.
Perfect. So Yoder's leading you guys out, a couple feet ahead. And Yoder, you feel, as you walk forward, you're determined this is the way you need to be going.
I'm certain of it.
You're certain of it.
Why would anyone think that I was wrong, ever?
Correct. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, dang.
With disadvantage, because you are so certain you're supposed to be going this way.
I said very confidently.
Very confidently fall into the pit trap.
With disadvantage, you said?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That is also a 4.
Perfect. You, as you're confidently leading the group in front of you, as you think you should know, you step and feel a piercing into your ankles and your legs and your realm, and you take 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Sorry, slashing damage as you walk past, and as you look down, you see that the path that you just led everybody down is full of razor vine.
Oh, boy.
Well, I cast Cure Wounds on his thing and say, let me take the lead.
Yeah, he yells in pain when that happens. And he's like, watch your step. But then when you say it's like, maybe that's for the best.
Go ahead and do your cure wounds. Everybody else, you were able to watch him walk right into this razor vine. So none of you currently walk into it. You are able to get around it after the fact. Go ahead and do your cure wounds, and then we'll continue.
5.
Perfect. So you get 5 of that 6 back. You do feel like right where that cut you though in your leg. It does feel a little bit tender now. Bookworms. Now, if Grim is going to take the lead, I do need a survival check from you, Grim, as you travel.
Wow.
Wow.
Them's good numbers.
Wow. Go ahead and
And me
give
and my
me.
Echo are just gonna slash at this damn razor vine. Just
Go ahead
with,
and give me a perception check with disadvantage. Nine. Perfect. And then go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage for failing that one. 5. You also start leading the group confidently. Yeah, look at that. Confidently down the path, knowing full well that Yoder just stepped in Razorvine, and you also step right through a patch of Razorvine and get cut on your ankles and calf for 6 points of slashing damage.
I use
And
my
again,
fucking breath weapon on these goddamn vines.
so this set of vines that you currently have, go ahead and mark off your breath weapon. You completely obliterate this vine that's in front of you as you get pissed off stepping through them. And that vine that was there was gone. Is it fire?
It's acid.
Acid. Perfect. So it melts the vines away. You guys are able to get out around them as you see Grim walk right through another patch of razor vine that Yoder just did.
And I lean over to Yoder and I go, I didn't know Dragonborn could do that.
With his mouth.
Walk into vines?
Yeah.
It's so fun. So fun. Love this. All right.
Weird.
So who wants to keep going? Grim, you want to do it again?
I can.
May as well.
Rom, you want to take the lead on this one?
You let me know, Grim. I will take the heat.
Grim just grunts at him and be like, no,
This goddamn razor vine.
I'm not going to be beaten by razor vines.
Okay then. Good luck. Don't get us killed.
Hopefully, give me a survival. One more survival. Hopefully, you guys can get out of this now. Let's see if the dice love you.
13.
Perfect. With 13, all you had to do was beat a 12, so that was great. You guys walk now through the jungle. The razor vine does seem to be left in your past, as both Yoder and Grim stepped through one before. You don't really see anything else, so you're walking through the dense dense jungle, believing to go the right way as you were before. And you start to hear the songbirds they've been repeating the same song over and over, almost as if it's like some sort of cadence. At this point, after traveling for 3-4 hours, you didn't really hear it in the beginning, but now you're starting to all pick up on this. You're hearing the same song from the birds repeatedly.
Does anybody else hear that the birds are saying the same song repeatedly? I've been noticing it for a while.
That is strange. Can I make a nature check to see if that means anything to me,
Sure.
or how strange that is?
Give me a nature
Is
check.
it the song from, that Hunger Games?
21.
I was thinking more like Disney princesses, but okay.
21. You're not really attuned to nature. You're more of a book person, but you've enjoyed your fair share of bird watching on your off days, if you will. So with the 21, it's definitely not natural for the birds to repeat the same song over and over again, verbatim, that you know of. So it is strange.
I take out my Elder Wand and I point it at my throat and I cast Mirror Illusion to project my voice into the same song cadence as the birds.
And the cadence gets louder back at you. And the song starts to get louder as you repeat it back to the birds.
Is that feedback?
I don't think that's invented yet. At least not here.
As you guys are shaking off the birds a little bit and the sound, it just keeps repeating in your guys' head, and you can hear it throughout. You do come up on a clearing, and you hear rushing water.
That's a good thing. Rushing water.
And in front of you, you do see what comes up on kind of like a path almost as you guys leads up to the moving water, and you do see a little bit of a worn path on the other side of the water as well, so you do feel like you're going in the right direction.
You know, this would be one of those instances, Vilgax, where we should throw a rock in a stream and see what happens.
Why would that be?
I don't know.
How fast does the water seem to be moving?
Easy enough to see with passive perception. It doesn't look like it's rushing by any means. It's almost more like a creek, kind of just gently flowing.
Just like ankle
down.
or knee deep?
You don't know that yet.
I throw a
send my
rock.
echo in.
So as your echo goes in, it walks into the water, and you're expecting it to kind of walk through, but then all of a sudden it
And then I'm gonna glare at Vilgax
disappears into the water.
about the whole rock situation.
And for all intents and purposes, I'll let you basically recast your echo kind of like right in front of you as it was disappeared into the water. So it does seem to be deeper than your first initial thought after your echo disappears into the water.
How wide's the
Bill
body of
Gax,
water?
you want to teleport over there with a rope and tie it to a tree?
How wide's the body of water?
It is a solid... Well, let's leave it up to the dice.
Map-wise, looks 20-ish feet.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's about 20-ish feet across. So, I mean, enough. You can't necessarily jump across it. You can't just hop, skip, and a jump. In theory, you could swim. You could do all sorts of different things to get across it. So it's a little bit too wide to jump, but you could definitely find a way to cross.
Definitely teleport across it.
Okay, so what you guys see, Vilgax kind of short warps himself out of existence into the other side. And he pops up on the other side and is now waiting for you on the other side.
So, do I have a rope again, or do I still not have a rope?
You don't have a rope. I don't think anybody has a rope anymore because it got used on the ship or in the water.
I'm gonna look at Yoder, and I'm gonna.
I have 50 feet of rope.
Oh, he does have 50 feet of rope.
But now you're on the other side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can throw a rope 20 feet.
Okay.
Or try. I'm gonna try and do that.
Okay, give me a strength throw. Are we just throwing plain rope across? Just like trying to like lasso and throw it across? Is that what you're doing?
I'm just gonna throw them the rope, and I'm gonna try and like tie it to a rock or a tree or something over here, and they can do the same thing.
Okay, it should be
Is the
fairly
intent.
easy to throw 20 feet of rope across. If it's just the rope in and of itself, I would go ahead and give me a strength roll.
8.
So he goes to take the rope, and he just throws it, and it lands about halfway across the water, and now it's just kind of floating in the water. Vilgax, you do have the other end.
I try to use the echo to grab it.
Okay. I got a question. I gotta do a DM thing here.
Did the echo disappear the first time that you sent it into the water?
Trying to
did.
fully cross, yeah, it just got sucked right under.
Hmm.
The rules governing a creature's self-powered movement through water do not apply. Doesn't have movement or swimming speed, so technically it can't go out into the water. Hold on a second. Since it is an object, it does displace water, presumably the same. So basically what would happen is it would just fall into the water. It doesn't have a swimming speed. And since it can't touch the ground and touch the floor of the water, it can't swim in the water, it can't move in the water. So it would just literally go pop down in the water again.
God
That
damn
is from
it.
Jeremy Crawford, so I'm gonna go with that. So as you go to send your echo out to try to grab the rope as it's halfway out, about 10 feet out, it kind of goes into the water and disappears into the water again. And I'll go ahead and let you summon it back to your side.
Yeah.
This time I want to try and find a little rock to tie to one end of the rope so it has some weight to throw it across.
Perfect. Give me a strength throw with advantage now. Low.
Hey, DM,
Yeah,
did
I
you
see that
get
now.
my
I see it
message?
now. Yeah. You want to use that to just get across? Yeah.
So my plan is to push Grim in. I'll do it right in front of him, push him into it, and then throw Yoder into it, and then I'm gonna do something else to get across.
Okay, perfect. So here's this is going to get set up. So the echo goes into the water, disappears. Vilgax pulls out the rope, ties a little rock to it. He's like, okay, I got this. He goes to launch it back, and it goes like basically straight up in the air as he throws it terribly, and it lands in the exact same spot, and you hear a splash this time from the rock as the rope is now halfway down, and it's getting pulled down by the rock. Vilgax, you're able to hold on to it for the most part and start doing it up. When that happens, Rom goes ahead and casts a spell, which you're also going to have to roll wild for me. But he casts a spell, and Grim, from the back, you get pushed into a door, if you will, and Yoder, you go like, "What the?" And Rom turns around and grabs you by the shoulder and like throws you into the door as well, and you guys pop up in existence on the other side of the river here, and your echo. Essentially, you can pop him back up behind you, Grim. And I need a 20 and a 100 from
That's a
you, Rom.
16 and a 70.
16 and a 70. So with effectively that, Vilgax, you're holding onto a rope with a rock on the other end of it, still in the water. The two of you pop out of existence into the existence on the other side through a door. And Rom, you said 16 and a 70?
Yeah.
You're rolling really well on the side of the
I'm
tables.
I'm very I'm very I'm very impressed.
You are now you. This is gonna be fun. This actually tracks. So when you cast the dimension door, all of a sudden, they get popped up on the other side, and in your head, you hear a voice that says, "You know, you could just swim across." And when you look down, you see a frog, a pretty big frog, just staring at you. Effectively, for the next hour, you can speak with animals.
Yes, I love that for me. I'm gonna look down at him and be like, I would hide if I were you. They tend to kill frogs.
Only giant evil undead ones.
Is
So
is there anything in the water?
So Vilgax is gonna look over at Rom and go, "What the fuck are you talking to?"
Nothing. And then I'm gonna like turn my back to them, and then just like perch down to the frog.
let's see what the frog says. You asked him if there was anything in the water?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an insight check as he goes and says, nothing at all.
That's a
not.
natural 20
Awesome.
plus
So
3.
you can absolutely tell the frog is bullshitting you when he says there's nothing in the water.
Are you sure? I don't feel like you're being truthful. That's kind of how I tell my grandma that I'm not stealing candy from her purse.
And he just kind of looks and says, "I think you'll be fine." You can tell he's completely lying, and he jumps off and leaves.
Mm. You know
Throw
what?
him in the
Maybe you
river.
guys
Throw him in
are
the
right.
river.
Maybe killing frogs is probably a natural part of the process, and we all should be doing it. And then I'm gonna
Go ahead and walk up to the water and give me an investigation check.
yeah.
I'll
That's
throw
probably
the
not
frog
gonna
in the
be good.
river.
Oh,
Even
that's a
better.
17. I'm rolling so good today. I'm using my gay dice. It's Pride Month.
I
So
love it.
See
17
beyond is
plus
all
what
rainbow.
was it?
Investigation.
20.
Dirty 20. All right. So as you walk up to the water, it is. You guys actually let me describe the river like I wanted to. So it is a yellowish brown water.
Water.
It is not blue, like normal like fresh water or anything. It is a yellowish brown as it's kind of trickling down. It is a little cloudy. It's hard to tell, but I mean, with a net dirty 20, you can see like a little movement like through water. There's ripples kind of in the water, but you can't really make out any like creatures or anything. It just kind of looks like fish, if you will. But it is a little dirty and cloudy and brown, so it's hard to tell even with a dirty 20.
Is
But
it dirty by like sand and sediment or dirty by like poop and piss?
from what you
Maybe
can
that was too
gather
much.
of the dirty 20, no, with what you can gather of the dirty 20, it looks a little more like, at first glance, it looks kind of like sediment
Mm-hmm.
and that type of thing, but the more you look at it, it's hard to tell, but maybe it's more than sediment. You have that little question in your mind that maybe it's a little more dirty than it looks.
I'm going to pull out my wand
Okay.
like the wizard
How
that
about
I
use your
am.
ice breath and freeze it?
No, I only have that for so often.
So
And
you
I'm
threw
gonna
everybody else through a dimension door, and you're just standing over there.
Vilgax, with your short warp, I totally forgot. We're going to rewind really quick. I need a 20 and a 100 roll.
Just a regular d20.
Yep, regular d20 and then a 100 roll.
So that's a 15, and then.
Man, you guys are rolling really well on the 20s. I want you to roll low.
Oh,
Can't help you.
So he fucks with other people's magic too.
And a 7.
And a 7. Ooh. So when you short warped through your. When you kind of like you walk through the ethereal plane a little bit, if you will, you now you get the sense that you really want to drink an alcoholic drink. And you feel like you could go on a bender for 6 days and it won't affect you. Effectively, you are immune to intoxication for the next a lot of days, I'll tell you that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For 5, 11, 16, 18 days, you are now immune to intoxication.
Got that pirate shape change of fortitude. Yep.
After that, the whole thing happens. You're here now, Rom, looking at the water.
I'm gonna take out my wand and cast magic missile into the water.
Ooh, okay. Let me see.
So I just do it.
Okay. How much
But
damage is that gonna do?
I'll find out. How many is those? 3.
Roll a 1 and a
So
1.
that's a 5 and 5
Okay.
and a 2.
5, a 5, and a 2. When the missiles gets shot up and into the water. Effectively, see 5, 5, and 2, so that is 12. So, so with 12 damage, all of a sudden floating up to the top sit 3 fish that you effectively hit in the water. And they're just kind of like floating there now, slowly going down the river.
Hey guys, food.
Are we sure we want to eat anything from this?
Yeah, I'm not going.
Grim
on
just
water.
kind of looks at him floating away and is just like, I thought you guys thought my head was disgusting and you want to eat those?
I'm gonna jump in. Fuck it.
Okay, you jump in. What are you doing as you jump? Are you just jumping in, trying to swim across?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! You did the thing.
Don't question my motives.
You did the thing.
I'm curious.
So as the fish are going down this way, you're trying to swim across. Give
Uh-huh.
me a survival check.
Oh, that's like a 3.
And
What I'm not
3.
good at.
Perfect. So, and then your DC is what?
For
DC? Sorry, not
For
DC.
what?
AC. Excuse me.
16.
16.
Like my DC for which spell?
Awesome. So after you kill 3 fish, effectively,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you jump in, you start swimming across.
Yeah.
Essentially as fast as you can.
Mhm.
The water is a little murky, like I said, so it's like for some reason you're having a little bit harder time getting across. And all of a sudden you feel a pierce on your feet, ankles, from down below.
Yeah, your fankles.
You're fatankled.
You will take 12 piercing damage.
Ooh.
Nice.
As
There's sharks in the water.
you can see the fish that you killed before, there is now a swarm of them at your feet,
There's
biting
undead
your
fish.
ankles. Now, those 3 fish are still doing, but now there's fish
Oh.
around you. Sorry, those 3 fish are still going, but now there's fish around you biting at your ankles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and give you
Mhm.
one more survival check to try to get across right now.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
definitely
we'll
not
see.
a rock.
I'm going to
That's right.
cast Chill Touch on the swarm of fish.
That is 13.
13.
It says like you have to touch the fish.
Yeah. You'll just have to
It says
touch
range
the
120 feet.
Yep,
Oh, really?
Chill Touch does have a range. So go ahead and give me, what is it? How much is that? A damage? Is that a saving throw? I don't remember.
So it's hit DC plus 3, so just a D20 plus 3 then I'm guessing.
Yes.
And then it's 2d8 damage.
Perfect. 9. So your Chill Touch ends up going out, and you're hoping that it hits these fish that are under the water. But Ram is still yelling and wincing in pain as this happens. Effectively, you can tell that your Chill Touch didn't do anything to these fish. Ram, with a 13, though, you are able to get about 5 more feet across until another swarm of fish come. And 11 plus 5 is 16. That's your AC, right? And
I
then
try Ray of Sickness on the fish now.
you get hit with another 8 points of piercing damage from these little quippers that are at your feet as you killed some of their fish. So now, but you're like 5 feet from the edge of the water. You had Ray of Sickness. Go ahead.
13.
That does hit these fish. Go ahead and give me damage. 2.
2. Or wait, that
you are-
doesn't seem right. I don't think I typed it right.
I don't think you did either. Go ahead and re-roll it.
Unless you roll 2 1s. Ha 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 ha.
That's not working. That didn't work either.
Yeah, I guess I'll just roll it twice.
That'll work.
If it's a 1,
Well, it's 1 1 1 1 1 1 apparently.
Oh, that's gold. That's
Oh
so
my.
okay. So what you do see is like you effectively feel a few fish like go away from your feet, Rom, and they like actually float up next to you as they effectively look like they died from this ray of sickness that came in. Grossly enough. Go ahead and give me one more survival check, and let's see if you can get across without getting bit anymore.
Yeah, stream. The
That's
dice
so
fucking hate
funny.
us today.
Perfect. So with the natural 20, you are able to swim the net. Basically, what you do is you end up like kicking enough to getting the fish away, especially with that ray of sickness helped as well as it splashed into the water, and you are now up on the bank with the rest of your party.
I get up on the bank, I turn around, look at everybody, and go, 1 second. And I put my face in the water and I go, and I ask the fish what the fuck their problem is.
You put your face in the water, just put your feet.
And
That
they
sounds
kind
like a
of look at
terrible
you and
idea.
say, they look at you and they're like, "We're hungry," as they open up their mouths. And I'm
Mm,
assuming you're gonna pull
mhm.
your face away as they come up and
Yeah.
try to,
Mhm.
you know, that whole scene where what the fuck? I'm hungry. They try to bite you. You leave out.
Oh, they're just starving, guys. It's fine.
So I didn't do this, but I could show you. This is what these little guys are.
The piranhas.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah, we can give you
I
a
remember
big
my
view.
grandpa had a taxidermied piranha at his cabin. When I was like 9 years old, that thing gave me fucking nightmares.
A friend of mine used to have Oscars, which is the freshwater version of a piranha that you'd feed mice.
Oh, yeah.
Like in a fish tank in her apartment. It was wild.
Damn.
Yoda sees that Rom has been torn the fuck up and is going to cast Healing Word on him.
All right. Do
On
that.
third level. So that is
Y'all using so many of your spells on these shrubberies.
Hey,
11
hey,
points.
hey.
Grim asks
Perfect.
Rom,
And
why the
Yoda,
fuck didn't you just teleport yourself too?
Yoder, I need a 220 roll and a 100 roll from you, please.
All right. Oh, that's a natural 20.
That'll work. God, I want you guys to
I've
roll.
casted 3 spells and never had to do a wild magic thing.
And a 90.
I need 3 rolls from you, Grim.
And technically, Magic Missile was a spell.
It was, so I need another roll from you as well. So we're delayed wild magic here.
That's a 3.
All right, hold on, one at a time.
Wild magic is unpredictable.
77.
Okay, and then yours was what? 20 and a
90.
90. So awesome. So when you went to cast Healing Word on Ram, you I like just ironically enough, you go to cast Healing Word, and in your mind you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I want to do a backflip. And you successfully do a backflip after Healing Word. You now have proficiency in dexterity checks for the next hour. So go ahead and write that down somewhere.
Would have been nice to have that when I had that dex save for those fucking vines.
It would have. Grim, I need how many spells did you use? Chill Touch and Ray of Sickness?
Yes.
2? So I need 2 rolls from you then. So 17 and a 77. Oh, yay, you finally rolled low one. 10 and a what? And an 85.
85.
All right, so the first one does TP. What's that?
Teleport points.
Yes, for this purpose, I'm going to make that spell equivalent in this jungle.
Okay.
In this ancient jungle, it's going to count. All right, hold on. All right, so we're at 17 and 77. Grim, when you first did your chill touch, so you chill touched and it hit the water, and the water splashed up to you with all that gunk in it as well. And your clothes are absolutely dirty and filthy until you can change or clean yourself. Your charisma is reduced by 1. And then
It's my lowest one, so that's
Yeah,
good.
isn't it already like -2?
Yeah, now it's a -3.
Uglier.
10 and 85. Oh, dang it, that's still nuance. Darn it, you need to roll once. Right,
You
so
mean that
85.
one undead hand is throwing people off? That's weird.
Yeah, no kidding. So then you went, what was your second spell that you cast?
So the first
Ray of
one
Sickness.
was Chill Touch. The second
Yep.
one was Ray of Sickness.
Okay, so with your ray of sickness, when that went into the water, and it did hit those fish, you are like inspired a little bit to, what was it, 85? 85. To save your partner there out of the water from getting rid of some of those fish. So Rom, actually, you get +1 to your attack rolls, damage rolls, and AC for the next minute or so.
Nice.
Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you that on your next any of your next one of those 3 rolls. You get a +1 to that.
Are you just rolling from the buffs table today?
I am. It is a 300 different outcome wild magic roll. As now I don't. You guys have probably figured out that this jungle is a wild magic jungle, and what do we got here? And you get a third one too, Grim.
Oh, that was the third one because it was the heal, the Chill Touch, and the Ray of Sickness.
Oh, he did a heal as well. Oh, he did. Okay, 19 and a 2. Damn. 19 and a 2. So then after you did that heal, and when that happens, all of a sudden Grim starts to levitate after that third spell happens, and he is now floating about 6 inches or so off the ground. You're floating and levitating for about a minute now, Grim. And then a 3 and a 91. Oh, shit.
I'm so happy.
This is an extreme, and this
You're gonna summon
one
a demon?
is...
Can I move away?
Aw. So, when you cast that last one, Rom, you look around you at all of the plants and the foliage and everything inside this jungle. And all of a sudden, it looks like the plants and everything are moving away from you. And you take a step, and like the trees and the bushes kind of sway away. And you take another step, and they sway away. Effectively, you are protected from plants for the next whole day, 24 hours.
Aww, so cute.
Such creatures cannot attack you or harm you unless they succeed on a charisma saving throw, which is your spell DC. So it looks like this foliage and plants, almost like they're a little scared of you right now, Rom.
I look around at the plants and then I look at my friends and go, do those plants seem a little weird to you?
No, they seem a little weird to you.
I mean, I've done some sketchy shit in my life, but I've never made a plant scared of me.
You know, I finally understand you a little bit more, Vilgax. Thank God I'm allowed to talk to animals now, and then I'm just gonna keep walking.
Oh wow.
All right, you guys did your creek in the river.
Am I dirty?
You are dirty.
Okay,
You
cool.
are absolutely filthy. -20 charisma.
I love that for me.
Yeah, is he like covered in like sludge from the water?
A little bit of blood too, just from, even though it didn't all wash off. It's just
Little chunks bitten out by fishes.
bottom of his pants are torn a bit. Like
Exactly. Vilgax is gonna walk over to Yoder and Grim and just in a low tone, not exactly a whisper, just go, maybe we should watch our new friend over here.
Grim just pats Vilgax on the back, says, I don't really think we have anything to worry about from him.
He seems like
in the sense that he doesn't really seem that capable.
Are you guys whispering? You guys are whispering this to each other?
Well, like I said, not quite a whisper, just in like a low voice. I'm not gonna be like, hey, but I'm just gonna be like, yo, watch him.
You can kind of hear your name mentioned once, Rom, but
I just don't care.
yeah. So he kind of like looks at you and is just like, hold on 1 second. And he like runs off. And right now he's currently gone. If you guys want to do anything in the meantime, if anybody else is doing something until the squirrel reports back to Rom.
All I heard was squirrels killed Rom's parents.
Grimmelberg just looks at Rom like You just told a story about your parents being killed by squirrels, and now we're gonna wait for a squirrel to come back. What are we doing here?
I am asking for some information. That is all I'm doing.
So what you saw was Grim still floating, kind of like levitating towards you, 6 inches off the ground when he comes and talks.
I don't even question it.
Okay. Grim, when you ask him that question, you're floating now. You have this now that you're levitating and floating. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. Eight. Grim, you're floating. Your skeletal head. You're dirty from chucking that ray of sickness into the water. You're getting frustrated that now your party is expecting squirrels to help you out. You're confused. With an 8 Constitution saving throw, you get the urge to slap Ram in the face when he says he needs information from a squirrel. Go ahead and give me an unarmed strike. And then as soon as you do, I'm going to describe something for you in a second.
Oh shit, it's popping off.
14, and that
14. So even though your AC is 16, Rom, like it doesn't do any damage for you, but at this point, but what you see when he asks you and you're telling the squirrel, and he's levitating in front of you, you've known Grim now enough, you've been traveling in a jungle for hours now with him, you're on a boat for 2 days. You kind of and just the type of person that you are, you kind of pick up on his nuances of what he is, but when he looks at you, there is nothing behind his eyes. It's almost a husk of a person behind his eyes when you look into him, and you're really confused as to what the hell is going on. And perfect. So he just immediately, like, you look into his eyes and you feel like the slap come across your face, and you're taken back for a second after he hits you. No damage, no nothing. You feel it. And when you look at him again, his eyes are there. His eyes have color. He's standing in front of you. Grim, you're aware of what just happened, but you have no idea why.
I apologize and suggest we should just be on our way.
Apology accepted.
So at this point, excuse me, Vilgax just like, not aggressively, but just like puts my arm out right to Yoder as we like take a couple steps back and go, something's very wrong here. He's floating. He's talking to squirrels. People are slapping each other in the face. One of us needs to keep a level head.
There are strange energies at work in this jungle, I feel. I think that warning that we countered is fucking with us.
Just as that happens, the whole thing, you hear the little skitter on the ground, and the chipmunk, flying squirrel, if you will, is back now at your feet, Rom, and says, I found a human about 500 feet that way, and like kind of like turns around and like does a little like point, almost like a pointer dog, like up this little like somewhat worn path. And then he turns around and says, they're playing music. Can I have my treat now?
What kind of music? As I drop down the tree.
And he like grabs it and says, I don't know, I'm just a flying squirrel, but it sounds like music.
Is your thing DM1 to talk to?
What's that?
Is your thing DM1?
It is going to be just DM is good. So my camera's DM1, but my chat is DM.
Okay.
So, does this music appear to be ominous or happy?
I think it's happy.
What do they look like? And then I pull out another little piece of ration.
Shh. Oh, ooh, okay. Um, it's she's she's she kind of looks like you, right? Because you said human,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's a girl, a female, green hair,
Mm-hmm.
playing something in her hands.
Oh, she's the main character.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Was unable to find character DM. What the hell?
Try. You can. Let me see here.
And then I'm gonna turn around.
Can you do GM? Does GM work? Oh,
I'm gonna turn around to the other two, and I go, "Do you guys know any bitches with green hair?"
No.
That tracks.
Maybe. I'm trying to get this fucking thing to work.
I think /WGM will work.
Nope, unable to find GM. Okay, what the hell?
Try DM. Try the DM one. See if that works.
I tried
Mine works.
DM and GM. Which one are you sending it to?
Try either one right now. I'll go to whichever one.
It's the other slash.
Oh. Really?
Because Ram was able to do it for me, so he can do it.
Which one did you send it to, Ram?
DM.
What the
Just
hell?
/W space DM.
Alright, I'm gonna try this.
Restart and see if it works.
I'm assuming when I talk to squirrels, I'm talking in common.
So, this wild magic, speak with animals, is to everybody else, it sounds like he's like just going like an actual freaking squirrel. And you hear the squirrel chirping back at him.
Little chittering.
Yeah, like little little chitter. So for everybody, but for you, Ram, like in your brain, it's basically
common.
It's common, but for everybody else around you, it sounds like you're just chirping at this squirrel.
That's awesome.
Okay, give me. Grim, the answer to your question is ironically, yes, it does. Whenever you want to use it. Which is why it worked on your spells too. But Vilgax, go ahead and give me investigation checks.
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do the way that you have it there. So the first one will be for the first one. The second one will be for the second one in there in the sentence.
Okay. So first one, 13. Okay. Second one, 15.
Perfect. So we're gonna go. Give me 1 second, guys, as I give this info to Vilgax.
Did somebody have a hard stop time today? No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yoda takes out some of the candles from his bag and starts juggling them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at this now.
Are you practicing juggling in your off time?
I never tried it before, but I just something came over me. I felt like I could maybe make it work.
This adventuring doesn't work out. I'm definitely going to be a juggler.
Vilgax, what are you trying to figure out from the second one? Just in general of anything about that?
Just to see if I can notice if something's off or different since we met.
Okay. With that one, even with the 15, no. It's just ominous, just kind of nothing seems really off. He basically just seems like the same person. So you got the first one. The second one is just kind of like the same. It's just a little weird. That it definitely is weird. He's talking to animals and shit, but I mean, nothing else as far as that goes.
Okay.
And you got that one from the other investigation check that you did. Peter will be right back. And then, is anybody else doing anything? You're juggling candles. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check to see if you can throw them really high and try to impress everybody here because you're starting to do really well.
Are they on
That's
fire?
with advantage, right?
What's that?
That's with advantage, right?
Yes. Do it with advantage.
I'm not going to be impressed unless they're on fire.
17.
17. So he goes and he's juggling his candles for you guys. He's like, oh, this is really cool. All of a sudden he throws one up in the air, and as it goes up, he takes a little lighter and lights it. And then that one goes way up into the air, and then he throws a second one as that one's coming down, lights that one, and it goes up in the air. And then and then the third one he actually misses the lighter, doesn't light that one, but now he's juggling two that are on fire with one that's not. He's like, oh, I'm really good at this now.
Oh, look at that.
Vilgax is going to take a step back from Yoder even and look at Yoder and go, so I guess we know which one of us needs to keep their head. You've never done this before.
Some just felt the moment take me, I guess. Then he snuffs out the candles and puts them away.
Letting the moment take us seems like the worst possible scenario lost in the middle of the jungle. Does it not?
You might have a point.
All right, Grim, you had just slapped the crap out of Rom and asked him, "Hey, maybe we should just." And after, did I say that was about a minute? Didn't I? So at this point, you are no longer levitating; you are back on the ground.
And as soon as I'm back on the ground, I just kind of go off along this pathway and be like, I think we should keep moving.
Yeah, we should probably. Do we want to check out whoever that person with the green? Well, did he?
He did.
Uh-oh, I lost Yoder.
Uh-oh. Are we losing everybody? Let's all refresh once.
Come on, roll 20. Come back to us.
Right? No kidding.
All right, I've got John and
Except
Jeff,
for
but
Peter.
Jeff, my brother is not. Let me try refreshing again.
Technical difficulties. XD.
We're all here? All right. All right. So, with that, Peter was the one kind of told you about the girl off in the distance from the chipmunk. You know, it couldn't have been too far, as the chipmunk was back within the time it took Grim to walk over and levitate over and slap him and that whole exchange. The path is in front of you. If you guys would like to continue, you certainly can. Okay. So as you guys continue down, I think all right, you're back? Good, cool. All right, so you just heard from the chipmunk about this female with green hair playing music up. You know, it couldn't have been too long, as the chipmunk was only gone in the matter of time it took you to seem to slap you and have that whole exchange. And as you guys, what would you guys like to do now? You guys want to continue going forward into the jungle now that you're across the river?
So Grimmelberg says, I think with how our past few days of meeting people on this peninsula have gone, that the odds of meeting somebody friendly here are pretty low.
What do you mean, Grim? The last people we met, we killed their friend. And turns out they were pretty reasonable.
Well, he tried to take control of my mind, and I'm not a big fan of that.
And if it's a human, it's probably not a good time. No offense.
Aren't you? No.
Yeah.
Anyway,
What?
nothing. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like nobody wants to go check out the human, so let's we can just continue.
I mean,
on.
I'm gonna go check out the human. I'm just saying.
All right. So as you guys walk through and start into the others on the other side of this now, back into the dense jungle from the other side of the river. Whoever's leading, I need a survival check.
I'll lead.
Leader.
That is an 18.
Perfect. You are traveling through.
Because the plants don't like me, right?
Yes, and actually, guys, every time he walks, like he's in front of you guys, right? So you're behind, so you can see this. Each time there's like a shrub or like a tree or a bush or whatever it is, he walks past like down, like basically, you guys are making your own path through this jungle.
No more
And
machetes.
everything like kind of like moves away from him that can, and like moves like out of his way in this jungle. And you guys are just looking, and it's just like, it looks weird. It's odd. He didn't do anything that you know of besides cast a few spells that he did before, but the plants are moving away from him. With an 18 survival, you guys are traveling now. The sun is starting to go down. It is getting a little cooler. It is still humid. Think of like, like Texas summer nights, if you will, but a little bit cooler. So it's humid. It's not as hot as it was during the day when the sun was beating down. There's still a little bit. It's definitely late afternoon now, on the later side of late afternoon. So the sun is still there, but it's not as hot. It's probably in the mid 80s now, especially after you just went for a swim, Rom. So you're feeling okay. With an 18, you actually take your group as the plants are moving away from you, and you start to hear the sounds of a lute in the middle of a jungle.
Loot? I love loot.
A human with a
Jungle
lute is probably not the best
sound
idea.
of music.
Isn't she lovely?
And it is coming from directly in front of you, from the path that you're making.
Okay, I want to take lead out into the area where this thing's at, and for once, not immediately attack stuff.
Character development.
Character development. It's the growth for me.
I have no
I'm gonna
character.
chill back in some thick brush and see how things go for them.
Okay.
I just thought about it. My character development goes way south after this.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So, Vilgax, go ahead and if you want to be out in front, you certainly can do that. Grim hangs back kind of in bushes waiting for like a go ahead. Does anybody else want to go with Vilgax, or you just kind of like stay in spot and let him go scout this out?
I'll go.
Yoder also joins.
Okay, you guys all join. I'm going to need do you want to just walk up towards the music, or are you sneaking, or are you
I'm just gonna walk up, like, calmly.
Okay. So as you walk up through the thick brush, Vilgax is leading. Rom, Yoder, you're watching. The lute music gets louder and louder, and you see off in the distance. You haven't been seen yet. Actually, you haven't been seen yet. But you can hear the music, and you see a humanoid figure sitting on a rock, kind of off to the side. Like, if you imagine you're looking into a jungle, and there's like a tiny little opening between trees, and there's a rock sitting there, like up against a tree, and there's a humanoid sitting there playing a lute, singing a song.
Do you recognize the song?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not the song the birds were chirping, right?
It is not the song that the birds were. Give me. You know what? I'll leave that up to the dice. Give me a history check from a couple hours ago. Whoever wants to hear the music.
As they're doing that, I would like to sing with her from the brush.
Yeah, you start singing, and she kind of like perks up. Hey, that's what you needed. This is the same song, similar to what the birds were singing to you earlier. It's not exact, but it's very, very close.
Is she singing in common, or is it a different language?
She is singing in Elvish, Actually, if anybody
Oh,
can.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can speak Elvish.
So like you recognize like some of the songs that are coming out of it as just in Elvish language. It is a very the song is beautiful and sad between for you and Rom. And Vilgax and Grim, you're kind of like okay, weird. Rom, once you start singing it, out in the brush, her like ears kind of like she kind of like perks up and then she stops.
I stop.
And then she starts playing and singing again.
Then I start.
And then she stops.
Then I stop.
That's when I want to walk out of the brush towards
Okay.
the lady.
You walk out of the brush, and she looks and
Theme song.
she
And then
go ahead.
I'm gonna message Vilgax and go, when she starts singing, you just open your mouth, and I'm gonna minor illusion my voice coming from his voice.
So, when Vilgax walks out, she stands up, stops playing,
I'm here for the karaoke episode.
and looks at Vilgax and says, like very surprised that there's a human here or a humanoid in this jungle, and she says, "Can you help me, or are you here to kill me?"
And then I'm gonna respond in Elvish, and this is what I say.
What you say?
I don't have any weapons drawn, but I'm going to be very tense, especially
Okay.
with Rom trying to do the talking and my
Yep.
body's in the way.
Yep. And so she's like, so when she hears that, she's Elvish. Well, you are a female. I just need help. I need to get out of the jungle. But if we sing, maybe is there more of you? Are you just here to sing? Oh God! And she starts like panicking because, and she like starts. You can visibly see she starts panicking, Vilgax, as like that comes out of. You hear this like Elvish language coming, from behind you. So then she starts panicking as you effectively say that to her, and she just says, "I just need help. I need to get out of here."
I'll say
Grimmelbert
this
comes
in
out of the
Elvish.
brush and says, "Don't hyperventilate, woman. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead."
There is more of you. Is it just you two? Okay, listen. My party, we were traveling through here. They all died. I'm the only one left. I've been lost for days. Honestly, I thought I was going to just die, so I started singing because I love singing. I'm trying to calm myself down. Now you guys have showed up. I can't tell if I'm going crazy or can you guys help me get out of here?
Pretty sus.
Well,
Okay, so I'm gonna just speak. Actually, I'm gonna say some Celestial first.
Okay.
And just say, "Are you one of the forest folk?"
And then you hear from the forest. I don't think she's a forest folk in Celestial.
So she looks at you when you talk in Celestial. She looks at you really weird as if she can't understand what you're saying.
Then I'll say it in common.
And then she looks and says, "No, I told you my party. We've been traveling through here. We got lost. I've been lost for days. I really just want to see civilization again." And you can tell she's been kind of beaten up. She's definitely exhausted. And she asks, "Will you help me?"
Well, we could definitely help, but what were you traveling for in the middle of the jungle?
There's runes in this jungle.
I mean, I come out of the brush and in Elvis, I go, runes, you say? Like ruins or runes?
Sorry,
With stones or...
she like coughs a little bit and she says, "Ruins."
Oh, now I'm disinterested.
We were researching we were researching the past war from the Forbidden and what would be called the mainlanders now, as we've coined them, that live on the islands. There's ruins here that tell us the story of the Forbidden.
Where are you from?
Originally, way back when, before I started traveling, I'm from Hayrock, from back way up north.
If your party's
Who
all
funded your
gone,
expedition?
Yes, we've been out here for many.
What were the names of your party people?
You motherfucker.
if your party's
not
all
listening.
gone, what happened?
So she.
Did you have travel insurance?
No, we did not.
You get paid up front?
It was so she says, my group, there was 4 of us. It was Cherry and Whitney
And strawberry?
and Desiree. Sorry, it's spelled like Desiree, R-E-E. And then my name is Jane.
Jane
Where's
of the
Tarzan?
jungle?
Jane Corin from Hayrock.
Hey, you haven't run into and then I look over at Yoder. I go, hey, what's your friend's name?
Which one? The
The
one,
one who went missing?
Oh, Yolmik. Was it dwarf? I forget.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yolmik. Yeah, his name was Yolmik. Yeah.
I don't know a Yelmic. I've been lost in this fucking jungle for fucking days.
I go up to her and I sit down and I'm going to use the power of persuasion.
Yep.
And I'm gonna be like, look, okay, you're fine now. We're not gonna kill you.
That's what a murderer would say.
Grim, you're not helping.
She is heightened, but she is like beaten, if you will, like just from sun, lack of water, food, etc. She is willing to.
Do you want me to roll for it?
She's willing to believe you, actually, without even rolling.
Okay.
I'm gonna
at this
give her
point.
some of my water.
Oh, thank you. So she takes a big old sip, and you can tell that she very much appreciates that.
Grim's gonna search around the area, make sure nobody else is here, and while he's at it, see if there's anything edible nearby.
Give me a investigation and a survival.
So what happened to your friends?
So investigation 8, survival 8.
Right here in the vicinity, when you go and look around, it doesn't seem to be anything else around except for the normal little woodland creature, jungle creatures, bugs, etc. And as far as food goes, in this specific area where you're looking, you actually don't find anything that's edible to eat right now.
Just the creatures.
Just the woodland critters.
That seem to be
Woodland
kind of
critter
like
Christmas.
the jungle creatures seem to be scattering around, and it's hard to get a handle on what's going where. Ram, she explains to you that they've been traveling for a long time. They're shipwrecked about 3 weeks ago here. So she's been now. I mean, by her telling you that, she effectively has been through this jungle. Her team was here, for the last 3 weeks. She was traveling. What seems to look like they made it back to water. They were on, from what she can gather, what she remembers is they found water again, and she believes it was towards the east side of wherever the hell they're at, and they were all, when they went into the water to try to bathe and just get some refreshing water from what seemed to be the ocean, 3 of them were swallowed up by the ocean, and she managed to get back to land, and now she's been wandering through the jungle for the last 3 weeks.
So they were
Couple weeks.
spontaneously swallowed by the ocean. Interesting. Hey Yoder, do you know of any water attacks or
Like
oceans
anything
that
that
oceans that spontaneously swallow people for no reason?
I know people sometimes are not as strong on swimmers as they think they are. But
I
it sounds
mean,
like this was a little bit more than that.
And what's high tide
riptides
here?
are a thing.
Well, she said water. Did she say ocean?
Yeah, but she was trying to get water from the ocean. Interesting.
Listen, guys, my name is Jane. I've been lost. Where are you guys going? Maybe we can help each other.
We're trying to travel north.
How can you
We're also
help
trying
us when you're resigned to die on a rock?
Well, now you guys gave me new hope. I thought I was going to die alone in this jungle, but now you're here, which is pretty suspicious in and of itself. She kind of like gets up and steps back and is a little defensive again.
I
after
get
the
a little
persuasion.
closer and I go,
Grummelberg
now we can die
scoffs at
together.
her, recoiling from us, and just walks off. Like,
Oh, speaking of, I can change you to a different map. My bad. Is this the one? Yeah, this can be the one.
So Vilgax is going to definitely not try and give her any of our information. Just go, well, where was your destination?
Well, I believe it is towards the. Do you guys have any? I lost my map. Do you guys have a map? I can show you.
I don't
I
have
don't
a
think we
map,
do.
but I actually do have a map, and I pull out the map that I have.
Sweet! I can change it to the new cool map that he owns. And I'm missing somebody. Fuck. Who am I missing? Oh, I'm missing Vilgax, Echo, Rom. Oh, I'm missing Yoder for some reason. Second. Yoder.
Let me out. Get lost again, Squish.
Who am I
No.
missing? Grim. I'm missing Grim for some reason.
Grim, you got his double, but
You got my echo, but not me.
echo.
Echo, echo.
Oh, there you are. Okay, so here are you guys in this little clearing right over here. And Jane is standing right in front of you.
Does she have a diary?
Diary of Jane. So, what she actually looks
You might
like.
have an addiction too.
So, since I didn't describe. God damn it, he keep clicking the wrong one. I need to. Oh my gosh. I need to clean up my maps.
Gotta get good.
Got to get those folders going.
So you can basically what she's got green hair. She is definitely human skin. She's got like a greenish blue kind of like garments on as like a sailor almost type of wood. She has a lute. She does have a lot of like she was like singing a song and like writing it down and doing all that type of thing. But she's very pretty. Although she's kind of beaten up and exhausted at this point. But very beautiful features of her being the bard that she is. But the map that Ron takes out is, it looks a little similar, but things are missing. So this is everything that Rom has and takes out. And so Rom, if you're up here, if anybody else is standing back, whatever it is, so you're here. She kind of points out. She thinks this is where we were traveling, so I think we're in here somewhere. And she points to the peninsula a little bit, and basically, like right where I'm going to put a dot, she believes there are some ruins of the Forbidden. Sorry, I said that completely wrong the entire time. The Fallen,
Yeah.
Depends on who you talk to. There's each of them has a name, Fallen, Forbidden. You have the Fallen name on your map.
Mhm.
And she thinks, and we're trying to study really what happened with, she explains, we're going here to try to find really what happened or what we can gather from these ruins from the Fallen that are currently on
Why
this
are you so
island.
much interest in the Fallen?
Where'd they fall from?
Don't worry about that.
Right from Grace.
We're trying to decide if we need to take up a case for them.
Who do you work for?
The Scooby Doo gang, I guess.
Who do you work for?
Who does number 2 work for?
So off the top of my head, I cannot like you never gave me those notes, Rom. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is
yeah.
it is
Yeah.
the
Sorry,
no, you're fine. You'll know this name maybe off the top of your head, but
I'll give it to you today.
it is the she mentions the name of the governor, mayor, whatever of Hayrock,
Mhm.
is who she was working for at the time.
So, where is this Hayrock?
So she on your map, right? Like she kind of like looks at it and expecting, to have like more shit on there because like it says like Elora on top of it or whatever it does for
Mhm.
some strange reason that you found out what this place was down here. And she like, well, you're missing everything, but she like circles, kind of like points out like an area right over here
Mhm.
ish, and she's like, well, it's on a large continent somewhere right over in here where you have nothing.
Oh, interesting. Cool. Sounds good.
This is all very
Um,
interesting. Right now, we should probably get to where we're going. If you don't want
well,
to
I
die
think,
here, you should come with.
yeah, and you know what? Why don't we head over to the ruins, right? I mean, shelter. I got ice breath, or fire breath, or electric breath. Comes from the heart. So,
And Vilgax wants to take out a toothbrush and hand it to Ram. But make sure you use that.
I don't even think you know what a toothbrush
Yeah, but it's funny.
is.
He takes a leaf and ties it to a stick.
Little Brussels on it. So,
Well, I'm sure it's not
yeah.
going to be too far out of our way to just pass by the ruins on the way north because
According to this map, it looks like we gotta walk up there anyway.
we're basically going to be there.
Well, it's your
Yeah, and we
fucking
might as
map,
well keep up
Ram.
the coast. What?
That's the map you showed her.
Well, yeah, that's the map that we got. I mean, do you have a map? I don't have. This is the only map I got. So.
Exactly. And according to your map, we have to walk directly by the ruins that you want to go to.
I
Convenient.
know. Isn't that crazy? What a coincidence.
Grimmelberg boasts, I never need a map because I always know where I am and where I'm going.
Okay.
Anybody can feel free to give me an insight on Jane.
Well, I'll do it. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm sus as fuck of a green-haired lady in the woods.
15.
10.
I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Vilgax is just like, I can't be
First
bothered.
person you're not suspicious of. Creepy lady in the woods.
Didn't say I'm not suspicious. Just said I'm not bothered.
Perfect. 15, 12. Okay. Perfect. All right. So as she tells you this story of all of these things, the ruins, everything else, every single one of you start to feel compassion for her, and it seems like she is telling you the truth. And before you guys start to leave, she says, "Thank you. She will repay you if she can, and she really hopes that we all can get out of this jungle."
Ugh. You know, Ket was a lot more fun than this girl.
So as we like start to walk away from here, going back to like our direction of travel,
Mhm.
let's go. I'm gonna ask Lady. So, well, you're the survivor of the group, so that means you have some level of skill. What do you do?
Well, if I need to show my worth, I guess I can do that. And she takes out her lute and she starts playing a beautiful song.
It's not the
And
direction I thought you were going.
and you all can take a bardic inspiration.
Oh, that's
I'm
so
already
nice.
inspired though.
By who?
I
Which you
can't
can-
remember. It's been a long
which-
time. I forgot to like do anything about it.
Which lets you add a d8 to any ability check, attack roll, saving throw.
Fine, I have a new inspiration.
So effectively, she plays you a beautiful song. You actually feel inspired by this song.
Grim, did you
from
eat
her lute.
Goraquill? Is that why we keep hearing them come out of your face?
Huh?
Yeah, you hear
What?
just muffled.
Yeah,
What?
muffled voice of Gorquill. Is any? And then she asks,
Just
"Is anybody
occasionally.
hurt?"
Well,
I'm a little scuffed up from some stupid vines that I had to obliterate with acid.
So she's effectively going to start playing another song, and I'm gonna homebrew this a little bit for her song. So this one comes over you and makes you feel a little stronger. And anybody who's hurt or wants to roll one of your hit dice. It doesn't count against you, but you can go ahead and roll the hit dice and heal for that amount. Anything over what you need can be temporary hit points
Nice.
for everybody.
I rolled exactly 1, which is exactly what I needed.
Oh, I don't even remember where my stupid hit dice are.
I believe yours is a D10.
mine's a D6. That doesn't tell you anything about my class at all.
I think if you look in features, you should have one that says hit points.
D10, Grim. So roll a D10, heal that amount. Anything over what you need can be temporary.
Can it get rid of exhaustion instead?
It will not get rid of your exhaustion.
Oh.
Cappy, 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 cappy.
Five.
I gotta see what this actually is. I have no idea. And so the cloak that you see that she has on,
Does it actually look like a decent traveling cloak or some rich lady's fancy silk trash that wouldn't survive out here?
So it essentially so it's a blue with gold trim, and it sits over the shoulders and drapes over, and it's kind of like a hood that she has on. But it's kind of like pulled back a little bit. But it is a fairly fancy. It's a little bit like tattered and dirty right now, as she's been here for a couple weeks. But it looks fancy, and it kind of resembles a manta ray, if you will, like the coloring and that type of stuff. So
So she fed everybody to the ocean in her manta ray cloak. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Yeah, if we try to swim with her, she's gonna stab us, just like Steve Irwin.
man, you guys are sus at everybody. I'm not that mean.
I wonder what our DM's done in the past that would make us feel like that.
Hey, hey, hey. 90% of your NPCs were not sus at all.
That's
It's
true.
not my fault.
That's true.
Well, maybe
That
we
10% that got us paranoid.
we blew up a lot of them, so who knows for sure.
Rom, you get the sense in your travels and I'm not even gonna make you roll for it because you've been around the block enough.
Yeah, Hussy.
You know this. You know what this cloak is, Rom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It is a cloak of the manta ray,
Yep.
and you know it helps her swim underwater.
I've seen one before.
So
There's a
So
cult
she
thing.
decided to let her people drown. Good for her.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty sus.
you guys don't know that. Rom is the only one who knows that. Just above
Yeah.
board, but you know that that's the cloak that she has. It's probably you get the insight as you were before that
Sweetie,
most
that is your mother's and not for you to play with.
you picked up on your insight, Rom, that this probably was one of the reasons she didn't get swallowed
Yeah.
by the ocean was because she has this manta ray cloak. Anyway, here you guys are.
That just makes her more sus in my book, and I'm okay with that. Everybody needs to be a little sus.
So what would you guys like to do now as you've now found Jane Corin of Hayrock in the middle of the jungle asking for help?
Well, I guess we should go to the ruins, huh, Yoder?
Can we
Ruins.
make it there, like, in a pretty reasonable timed fashion? Because I imagine it's getting dark by now.
Yeah, but I got these, and I throw up my dancing lights.
And I'm like, okay,
So
and
it
I
is
bust
starting to
out my
become
awesome lantern that's super duper awesome.
And Vilgax is just gonna look at both of you and go, if you want to attract the attention of anything in the forest, that's a great way to do it.
And then I'm gonna turn around to
Okay,
Vilgax and
and then I
go,
just
look,
walk into the forest.
it's fine. I can talk to anything that we run into. For how much longer, DM?
at
I
this
just need to
point
know, like, outside of character, inside of character. I don't know.
at this point it was only for an hour.
Sounds good. That's all I need to
So
know.
effectively it's you probably have about you've been probably have like 10 minutes left maybe.
Mhm.
What you're thinking. It is starting to become dusk, so a little bit of time has passed in the jungle. It's really hard to keep time in this jungle too because it's hard to see the sun. It's hard to see. It just kind of pops through as it is. But it does seem to be getting a little, dropping a little bit in degrees. It does seem to be getting a little less light in here. So time is passing, and it does. Who would like to keep or take lead and give me a survival check as you guys walk through the jungle again?
Well, I mean, I
I
feel like
can
it's
do it, but I'm gonna
been.
have my echo out in front of me so it can trip over things instead of me. But all right, survival then.
Mm-hmm.
5. I'm great at rolling 5s.
Amazing.
So with the 5, you guys start walking. Grim's like, I got this. I can take you guys there. I know what I'm doing, knowing full well you guys have no idea. You guys all know he has no idea what the hell he's doing and where he's going. None of you really do. Um, so as you guys walk about 50 feet or so into the jungle, like not very far, and uh, Jane kind of speaks up and says, I think he's going the wrong way, Rom. I think we need to go a little more this way.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, hey, Grim. I just had this psychic vision of a ruin just slightly more that way, and then I point in the direction she told me.
Perfect.
That's the way I was planning to go anyway.
Cool. And then I just watch to make sure he's going the right way.
And I'm gonna never let this lady be behind my back,
Okay.
like throughout this whole thing.
And she's sticking with you, Rom, as you were the one that kind of comfort her. You're still a little sus of each other, but you're the one that she feels most closely to.
I think it's great that she's sus. Everybody needs to be a little sus. Like, Vilgax is too much sus for me, but, like, she's the right amount of sus.
Perfect. So
Mm,
you guys are walking. Give me another survival check. Grim, I'll give you a second chance on this one.
19 plus
Love it.
1 for a dirty 20.
Great. So everybody is going to need to eat a little bit of food on the way.
Oh, do we gotta feed this chick?
Do you want to forage, or do you want to use your rations that you have?
I'm
Yoda's
gonna
gonna-
act like I'm out of rations.
Okay.
Hey, if it comes to worse, we can just eat this lady.
You're not wrong.
Stop reading my mind.
Man, you guys are assholes. Anyway, does anybody want to forage on the way here, or do we want to just use the rations?
I prefer survivors, thank you.
Foraging at night is pretty difficult.
It is very difficult.
Why?
if you
It's
have
exact
life,
same as for me as the day.
This is true.
Oh, you have dark vision?
He's got true
No,
sight. Everybody else,
I got something that's way different than that.
yeah, you
I
guys.
got something.
Yeah, you guys see shadows for the most part with anybody with dark vision, but a couple other people can see kind of through, and it looks nice for them. What would you guys like to do? I just want to know rations, forage. Let me know.
Yoda's gonna try to forage.
Okay, give me what did I say? A D20 roll.
Just a straight D20.
Yep. Sorry, survival. Excuse me.
Oh, survival. Okay.
It's gonna be a little bit of a tougher for you, DC, but
10.
do you want to use your bardic inspiration that you have? It's up to you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let's use the inspiration. Is it a D
D8.
D8? Roll. That's a 16.
Perfect. You are able to find enough berries that you had saw before throughout and you are satisfied enough for now.
Can we find any mushrooms or anything?
No mushrooms,
No mushrooms.
So
unfortunately.
nobody gets to say mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
Not in this area of the jungle yet. No mushrooms. Anybody else? Okay.
I got
do
a
that.
16.
You also find enough berries this time to just get you to the point of satisfaction, but not like, you know, when you eat something really good and you're like satisfied, like really full, and like you just don't feel like you ever want to eat again. Sometimes, well, this gets you enough to keep going, if you will, for the both
Chinese
of you.
food berries.
Yeah,
Can be hungry
exactly.
2 hours later.
Chinese food berries. Vilgax, you look into the ethereal plane. Where you are at right now, there really isn't any. With your first glance into the ethereal plane, doesn't see anything. Give me an investigation check though, with advantage, because this is your domain.
11.
Perfect. It wasn't really hard to see, but you kind of look. You almost are about to like pop back out because you just don't see anything here, and in the direction of where you know Grim is at, you see a very dark green energy in that direction.
Grim's looking pretty sus. Alright. Well, I'll come back out of that. I'll see where
right
everybody
before you
else at
come
with their
back
food.
out, right before you come back out of that same energy that you saw moves to the east from where you're standing. So it like goes from that direction and moves to the east and then disappears. And now you pop back in.
So as people come back around like our little makeshift camp area, I'm just gonna very calmly just say, there's something dark close. I don't know what.
Are
How's
you
everybody
always this?
How's everybody in the party feeling?
So what I'm going to do for you guys is set up a little jungle camp that you guys are able to make shift out of. Now it's going to look like there's tents and shit. What these actually are on the map is more like big leaves, jungle leaves. You guys were able to kind of like makeshift into like tents, if you will. It is very blurry for some reason. I didn't realize it was that blurry.
Survival hut.
Essentially, you are looking at a survival hut now. It is early evening. It has been, it is starting to get dark. You guys have your lanterns, you have your lights, but you wanted to eat right now. So you guys set up a little just makeshift kind of like you're able to either take a short rest here. You can try to long rest here if you'd like. You can do whatever you need to. It is still early. It's early-ish evening. You guys have plenty of somewhat daylight left until it gets into pure black darkness. But up to you guys as you guys are sitting here eating. Vilgax, you pop back in from the ethereal plane and do what you were going to do.
There's something dark, close. It's following one of us, I think.
Is it me?
I'm gonna just look over toward Grim and just kind of cock my head and go, "Are you well?"
Well, I mean, I have an undead hand, but other than that, I'm just a little tired.
Your undead hand's looking a little different these days.
How so? I take my glove off and just kind of examine it.
So this is the first time Jane has ever seen anything like this, and she kind of like gives a little like, what are you guys traveling with?
I didn't even know that was a thing. That's awesome. Let's chop it off.
I don't think I'm quite ready to go chopping off body parts yet.
Well, don't you want to be a great warrior? Haven't you heard of all the great warriors with only one appendage?
And yet
There
I
are a
see
lot
you
of
have
dead
both.
people with only one appendage too.
Yeah.
Something
Sure.
tells me he already lost that hand once.
You can lose it again. If I know anything about hands, there's always another one.
So Jane kind of leans over to you, Rom, and like whispers, and what she basically and she tells you is like, I think we're in trouble.
Why?
It's not normal to have a skeleton hand.
Oh.
Does Grimmelberg hear this?
It's soft enough. You can see her like whispering to him, but you can't really hear what she's saying.
What do you mean it's not normal? People got skeletons in their hands all the time.
There's always a skeleton in your hand. You just can't see it.
And she kind of like looks at you and just like gives. Okay, I trust you, I guess.
I wouldn't.
And she kind of looks back at you, Grim, and are you alive?
Mostly.
Are any of you actually here, or am I going insane?
You know what? I ask myself that all the time, but then I
As
look
long
at
as you're still
Vilgax.
questioning.
There's no
You
way
should
I can make
always
that up.
question your own sanity. It's when you're sure that you're sane that you're the most insane. And on that note, Grim just says, I'm going to go see if I can find some food.
All right, go ahead and give me survival for some food. Give me that forage roll.
So you guys don't think that it's
7.
weird that he's walking around with a undead hand, right?
Grim, you actually don't find any food out here where you guys are at.
Scaring everything off that stanky ass head.
What do you mean it stinks? And then I take the head out of the bag and plop it next to the fire.
Well, if you do that, Vilgax is gonna stand up and go, "Enough of your head games," and I'm gonna kick it into the fire.
Yeah. As soon as you drop it and place it in the fire, he walks over and is now in the fire. The stench is now rotting, burning flesh, going up in smoke, if you will. Yeah. What do you do next, Grim? Or what are we doing here? It is your head's
Grim's just going to point out that that's probably going to attract a bear or something.
You wanted food, didn't you?
All right. Well, I guess we better set up a trap for whatever's going to come for this stink.
Perfect. So all of a sudden, like the stench that like filled the area now is the scent of lavender and a very pleasant, nice smell. Roast beef.
Coriander.
It is roast beef. Yeah, it smells like roast beef instead of already rotting, burning bullywug flesh.
And then the guys will turn around and go, I guess we could have just done that instead
And
of
I
the head,
need
but I'm
a
glad to be rid of
D20
it.
and a 100, Rom.
And the
That's
fire
an 18.
Damn it.
I know. I was actually very excited for it not to be. What's the other one? There you are. And that is a 51.
51. So as he goes and prestidigitates this roast beef smell coming from the bullywug. So you look down, Rom, as soon as you hit prestidigitation on that, and it starts to smell of roast beef. And you hear a little kind of like, you feel a little bit and hear like the dirt below you moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering how I'm going to do this with your other thing. So all of a sudden, within a 5-foot radius of you, little mushrooms start popping up. And as they pop up, they, bend backwards away from you.
Are they cute?
You're lucky you got the anti-plant thing, you'd have a mushroom in your asshole.
They look delicious
Yeah.
to you.
Grimmelberg, just points out they're kind of magical mushrooms, but do we want to just risk eating them? Because I'm pretty hungry.
Well, I mean, I grew them for you, so.
Did you really though?
Enter the mushroom tripping episode. Rick and Morty style.
All right.
So
I'll
there's
test them out, and you guys just don't die. Here, hold on to my sword.
Okay. So you eat one?
Can I hold on to your hand?
Okay, so you eat one. Give me a
Yeah, I just eat
constitution.
one.
Give me a. Oh, sorry, what did you say before?
I was joking that I just
okay.
ate my fill, but
Got it.
yeah, I just eat the one.
Anybody else want to eat anything?
Nope.
Yoda will try to identify the mushrooms.
Yeah, give me. So,
Already
Grimmelberg, I need
swallowed
a
it.
Constitution saving throw. And Yoder, I need an Arcana check.
Arcana. Okay.
So my constitution was 18.
Perfect. What's your
Magic
spell DC,
shrooms.
Rom?
Oh, that's good.
My spell DC? That's a great question. Give me a second.
Yes, and 15.
It is 15.
15.
Hey.
Awesome. So, Grimmelberg goes to eat these mushrooms. And, Grim, they are delicious. They taste really good. Roll 5d6 for me.
Can I scoop up a bunch of the mushrooms because they're cute?
Yep.
I
absolutely.
just don't know if they'll will they move?
Grim, you now have
I
22
do.
temporary hit points.
Nice.
Rom, you start picking up. So the first, now it's been about a minute or so. So the first one that popped up, you kind of went around and are going as all the ones that popped up, right? You started kind of backwards, if you will, start harvesting them. As you go and pick two, you look around and one of them just poofs out of existence. And a second one poofs out of existence. So now you hurry up and try to gather as many as they're disappearing on you. And give me a roll. Give me a D8 roll.
That's a 7.
You're able to pick up 7 mushrooms out of the bunch.
Is he having any psychedelic effects from the mushrooms?
So what Grim, you kind of see as he eats them, it's have you ever what's the one? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where the fat kid starts eating chocolate and it's just oh my god, this is so good, and he's eating this mushroom. So he kind of stares off in the distance, and it's one of the best things that Grim is. It looks like one of the best things he's ever tasted, and he's kind of drooling a little bit. It's so tasty. And Grim, now you feel like really hearty. You feel stronger after eating them. And you feel good now after eating that mushroom. So you kind of go through this little like warm, just like strength, like yeah type of thing for like a split second, and now you feel really good and hearty after eating that mushroom. And you kind of like see that as well, Rom. Like it kind of goes through like this weird like he eats it. It's oh my god, so good, drooling type of thing.
I think you should cast that spell more often.
I agree.
So you can go ahead and put 7 magic mushrooms in your inventory. Remind me later to do something with that.
7 magical mushrooms for fun.
If those have the same effect for every one of them, that's going to be like the strongest healing thing we have in the game.
Knowing this character as a person,
Mm-hmm.
I know what's gonna happen, and let me tell you, I'm so excited. I got magic mushrooms right now.
She looks over, like Jane looks over at you, Rom, and could I have one?
Oh yeah, sure. Give her one.
All right, so she eats it. All right, and she needs to make. What's your spell DC again? 16?
15.
15? And it's con +2. Oh shit. So she eats one, Grim, after she saw like it was the best thing you've ever tasted. So she pops it in her mouth, and at first, like you see like that same kind of look. It was like it's really good, and all of a sudden, her eyes go like really wide, and she pukes and throws up and spits out the mushroom. Rom, go ahead and roll 5d6 for me.
Oh, I don't have that many. Hold on. 2, 4, 6 plus 4 is 10, 15. How many?
6. Sorry, 5. 5.
15, 16, 18.
18. She effectively takes. So she's hurling now. And you can kind of see as like that spittle and mushrooms and stuff kind of hit the ground. It almost like sizzles as it hits the ground a little bit, and kind of smells bad. She definitely
Yeah.
took some damage from that mushroom.
Oh, that poor girl.
She looks at you and says, "What did you do to that mushroom? That was the worst thing." And she's like, "Can I please have some water?"
Yeah, I give her some of my water, and I go, I
So
didn't do anything.
So she sips a little bit of your water, kind of cleans up a little bit, and well, I guess that's what I get for trying a magic mushroom.
Girl,
You know,
I
I've had
mean,
many.
I'm a partially undead dragonborn. What makes you think we would have the same diet?
I've had many a magic mushroom before, and it's done both of those things.
With that, you now have 6 magic mushrooms in your inventory, Rom, that seem to be good or bad. You guys are kind of sitting around this makeshift camp of leaves and stuff. It is dusk now. After you've, well, you guys, I guess you all haven't eaten yet. Grim didn't find any food, or have you guys?
Mushroom was pretty good though.
It was. You're
I
fairly
found berries.
satisfied. Ram, you're fairly satisfied. You're fairly satisfied. Vilgax, did you eat rations or anything, or did you want to go forage?
I'll eat the that second rabbit.
Perfect. You do that. That is good
And
enough.
I'm out of rabbits.
You are out of rabbits. You're here. It is now dusk. It is starting to get a little darker in the jungle. Now you're kind of in the middle of like nowhere in the jungle, just like with a makeshift camp, if you will. What do you guys want to do?
I'm just gonna sit around the camp, and I'm gonna go, hey, maybe we should stay here for the night.
Well, if we're gonna stay here, we should be on the watch for any predators in
Oh,
this
let me
area.
guess, you're gonna volunteer for that?
You don't trust my watch.
You know, I don't not trust it. You and your secrets. Interesting.
Okay, mister, I tell you everything about me immediately, all the time.
I literally have.
I don't remember it that way.
Really? Because that little dimension door back there is not a parlor trick. That
No,
takes
it's
some
called
practice.
magic. Magic. It's really easy to do. Look, I'm not gonna do it right now just because, I'm tired.
If it's so easy to do, what makes the difference?
Fine. I'm gonna Misty Cloud back, or actually back right there.
Isn't it Misty Step?
Yeah.
So you see him misty step Vilgax in and out right behind you, and it's not definitely you can tell it's not like your type of thing that he can do, but it suffices a little bit. To you it's a
It's a parlor trick.
right, like for you misty step is kind of one of those things. It's not nowhere near as powerful as the stuff that you can do, but it does the trick when it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Grimmelberg kind of curls up next to the fire a little bit. It's just like, well, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Grim passes the fuck out by the fire.
Should we cut his hand off?
I'm saying.
I'm not
I'm
saying that
just
in in character.
I'm saying. I was about to ask in character. So should we?
Well, if
Yeah,
anybody else
but
needs rest, I'm feeling well, so I can take at least first watch.
Then Jane kind of pops in and says, "If you give me one rest, I can help too. I just need to rest a little bit."
Okay, sweetie, just sleep the whole time. Let's be real. Nobody's gonna let you watch anything.
So then when you say that, she's like, she looks at you and says, "The fuck did you just say to me?"
Look,
Shit, she's getting ghetto now.
you're getting ghetto.
And
That's rude.
she pulls out a red, what looks like flames almost, like engraved dagger, and
Mhm.
says, "I can take care of myself too."
I get really close to that, and I go, "That's interesting."
And Vilgax is gonna look over from where I'm sitting by the fire over there, look completely unfazed and go, and just look at the pile of puke in front of her and go, looks like you can take care of yourself quite well after we rescued you from the jungle.
Fine.
Spacey.
Fine.
You'll take watch with me.
Fine. So then she goes kind of like underneath a makeshift tent that you guys made in the wilderness and takes a rest. Anybody else? Or is Vilgax the only one doing this one?
Yoder can take first watch with him.
Okay, Yoder and Vilgax. Rom, Grim's by the fire. Rom's going to go underneath a big old leaf. Did your echo stay forever? It does actually have a time limit. I don't remember.
It doesn't say a time limit.
Okay, perfect.
I feel like it should be like a concentration thing, but it doesn't even say that.
I'm pretty sure your echo can really just be out if you want it. Just it has like no
Yeah.
health basically. It doesn't have technically like movement or swim or anything like that. You just like use it as you need it. So you can keep him around if you want to.
Yeah, may as well.
Okay, so Vilgax.
My echo
Yoder,
is passed out in like a mirror image of me.
Oh, I love that. Yoder, Vilgax, give me perception checks as you make the first watch.
More negative checks. Hooray.
Wow.
When I wake up,
Every
I'm not
time
gonna
you
trust
lament
anything
about
you
how
say.
low your score is there, you roll even lower.
The last 2 sessions, I've barely rolled double digits.
I know, it's been amazing.
No,
All right,
this
so
is
two
literally
of
how I'm
you-
doing watch right now. Everything looks fine.
Vilgax, for whatever reason, you're just like, this isn't the type of shit that you do. Like you're in this is not the type of adventuring that you've done, even though you are an assassin type, and this isn't the type of stuff you normally do. You're in cities, you're in that type of shit.
I don't think anybody knows I'm an assassin yet.
No, they don't. They don't. Above board, you guys don't, but this is for you. But so you're distracted in an environment that like you've seen forest jungles before, but this isn't type of your thing. And to be honest, you're kind of just tired of being outside all day, and the fact that you're still a little pissed that you went the complete wrong way and made yourself look like a doofus in front of everybody earlier.
These leaves are real thick. Okay.
So you are more distracted for that. Yoder with the 10. You hear skittering in the jungle out in the thing. You hear buzzing out in the jungle, but your first watch goes without interruption for the night. And with that, Rom and Jane will wake up
How convenient.
and replace Yoder and Vilgax for a watch.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go away from everybody else over here.
Okay,
I got a
Yoder.
19.
My little area.
And Grim is still like snoring, passed out by the fire. You got a 19. She got what is that? Wisdom. She got a 19 as well.
Nice. What's being vigilant?
So she kind of looks over at you, Ramen. What? I never asked because I was. What are you guys here for again? I know I want to go to the ruins, but and you guys are going to help. What are you here for?
I pull out this orb, and it's cracked, and I go. Ultimately, I need to get this fixed, but I'm not really sure how to do that. So I've been traveling quite a bit of ways as to to figure that out. I'm here because they need help getting to some place. I guess I just promised that I would keep an eye on them and get them to where they need to go safely.
So you're more of a guide for hire,
I guess.
and you realize you're traveling with a skeleton, an orc, and a very fiery chick.
I didn't know the skeleton-y thing was a thing.
Oh,
Yeah. I was left out of that. So yeah, I'm still learning. I'm still finding things out about these people. So
in my time in my research, like she looks younger to you, like a younger-ish, but she keeps making like inferences that she's been around a while. In my experience, necrotic and undead are, you know, not good. So that one worries me over there. And she like points over to Grim.
I've run into a lot of magic, and these guys are no different. But I think he worries me more. And I look over at Vilgax, or she,
Yeah,
whatever they are.
right.
I identify
And she
currently as a
Five
female.
months, you can't even
Yeah.
get the pronouns right.
Right. She
Sorry,
looks
I don't
over
know
and
pronouns.
yeah, she looks over and kind of like shakes her head and like agrees with you. I'm like, this party is definitely weird, but who am I to really judge? Because I got lost in a fucking jungle and I'd be probably dead if it wasn't for you guys. So
I mean, you're not wrong.
I owe you my life. And I do promise I will repay this if we can get out of here.
Look, as long as you manage not to get yourself killed with that tiny little dagger of fire, then I'm here for it.
And she like pulls it out and she's like, oh, you mean this thing?
Yeah, I like it. Can I see it?
Yeah.
Do you use it to like pre-toast your bread while you're slicing it?
She hands it to you. And
Are you
if you
awake?
want to, you can give me an Arcana check on it with advantage.
Oh yeah. I don't want to take it. I just want to know what to do. What's my Arcana? That's a 16 or a 20. 16, 17, 18, 19. 16 or 19.
19. So for you, and you've been around in a little bit here and there, but
I've been a slut, yeah.
this is a Hellfire dagger.
Mmm.
This is definitely magical, obviously, from your
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah.
It does, when you
Yeah.
pick it up and like get in your hand, you do notice that it does shed like a dim light on it.
Mhm.
And you get the sense when you touch it that it's definitely powerful. It comes from the sense that you get up with the 19 that it does come from Hellfire, hence the name.
Yeah.
And
And I would know exactly what this is.
not 100%, but you're able to gain that it is a very powerful relic from
Mhm.
the Hells.
I hand it back to her and I go, and keep that safe.
Oh, it's definitely safe. It's probably the only reason that well, I should say the second reason that I'm still alive.
Yeah, that cloak really must have helped you out in the water, huh?
It's the only way I could survive as I got pulled under.
I'm
Now,
not judging.
in hindsight, we probably all should have had them, but
It is what it is, I guess.
I miss my group a lot.
I miss mine too.
Are you guys gonna make up passionately by the fire?
No.
With our perceptions, nothing happens, and we are able to. Everyone else is able to sleep through the night. Everybody can take a long rest for that, and it is now very early morning, as you guys went to sleep very early after 8 hours.
Oh yeah, chat. That's gremlins for sure. Gizmo.
I feel like we should fight a bunch of gremlins in this campaign.
Why?
Remember that time I
You
made you
can
guys
splash
fight
them with water and accidentally make more enemies.
vampire kobolds? Those were fun.
Yeah, that was fucking awful.
Oh, there you liked them.
I thought they were great. They were such a good idea. We never
They
went
were.
back to figure out what happened to the vampire cult. But
Yeah, we
it's
definitely never
fine.
did.
They're fine.
We got blown up. How are we going to go back?
That city didn't get blown up.
Ow.
Yes.
Yet.
All right, we're back. We're good. It is morning. For this intensive purposes, I'm going to say you guys were able to find some breakfast early in the morning. You guys are fine. I'm not going to make you roll a survival on it this time. But I will need a survival check for the person that's going to lead the group towards the ruins.
How about Chick leads the group to the ruins? And she
Oh,
seems to know where they
same
are.
thing.
I love that. I like that idea.
Oh, I don't like that idea.
Why? She's in front of us. We can see what she's doing.
She could lead us into a trap, though. There is that. But
Oh, damn, she's really good at survival.
Well, I mean, I would hope she'd been out here for a couple weeks.
She's the only one that's left.
So that is a 24 from her.
Dang.
You guys just didn't ask her to do anything before, so for all intents and purposes, you guys get up early in the morning, very early. You guys are able to find some breakfast. You ask her to point you in the right direction since you guys are lost, and so is she for the most part, but you see her put her hand to her hip and she starts singing a song under her breath. Not really loud enough for you guys to hear it, but you can hear that she's singing something. And she says, "Okay, we got to go this way." I think.
That tracks.
I think.
That
I
tracks.
think we gotta go this way. And she leads you. She starts walking off towards the northeast.
So I'm gonna go like up next to Rom and just say, well, new friend, looks like you're not the newest one, but just an observation. If she knew where the ruins were, why was she sitting in the middle of jungle lost?
You know, I'm not one to question people's motives on a consistent basis, young one. I've been thinking about that myself.
I'm assuming you guys follow her.
Yeah, we're still
Oh, yeah.
walking along. I'm just,
Okay.
just throwing
Right.
out a little convo here.
What do you think? Think she has some ulterior motives here, or
Just looking at what she has, there's a magical aura coming off of everything she has.
Hmm.
And she just happens to be alone in the woods.
you know, maidens lost in the woods is a tale as old as time. It reminds me of how I met my wife.
Oh, is that her?
No. No. No, definitely not. But you know, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I
Well,
wouldn't want you guys to get into too much trouble while we're out here.
seems like you have more reason than most to get out of here.
I wouldn't say that.
I feel like everybody wants to get out of a crappy jungle peninsula, but it's just my opinion.
What about you? What's your goal here?
Are you asking Grim or me?
You.
My goal here is to get rid of the plague on this land. And it has a singular name. And
That
then,
being?
very quietly, I'm just going to say Romex and see if Rom has any sort of reaction. Because your name is suspiciously close to Romex.
You're 60%.
Rom Jr.
It's so mysterious.
Maybe Romex is Rom's ex.
Maybe Romex is Rom. He's just tagging along with us and fucking with us.
You say that, and I just kind of think to myself for a minute.
I didn't actually say that in character, but
No,
I said the first thing.
Romac. Yeah, the first thing. I kind of think about it for a minute, and I go, interesting name.
So no like noticeable facial reaction or anything else.
I just kind of smirk.
So at that, I'm just gonna walk on in silence. Said my piece.
Don't we all?
So as Jane walks, I want to examine her footprints.
Yeah, no real rolling needed. She makes footprints in like indents into the
But are
ground.
they footprints or hoof prints?
Footprints.
Okay, so there's nothing out of the ordinary from what they should be.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Okay.
Suspiciously normal.
Suspiciously normal.
Only somebody using magic would have suspiciously normal footprints.
The more normal somebody pretends to be, the weirder they are.
At that, is anybody else any more conversation from that or?
I think I would kind of, for a moment, just think about what I have just been told, and I would let him wallow in silence for a minute,
Mm-hmm.
Let him wallow.
and then after a little while of pondering, as I do, I would I would hold back and hold him back with me as the party continues to venture forward.
And it
Okay.
is like you put like your hand down, wherever, hold
Yeah,
you
yeah.
back. I'll
Like
go.
I'll put my hand like either on your shoulder or whatever.
Then I'll just look over and go, "What is it?" Like real, like
And,
low tones.
yeah, and I'll say the magics you use. How did you get them?
Well, that's too long of a story for the time we have now. But suffice it to say, it's not magic, because you know magic.
You'd be surprised.
That magic's not magic. It's magic.
Anything that can't be explained inconceivably by the quote unquote humanoid condition is magic. Some places, even this wind, or the rock, or the leaves on the trees could be considered magic. It's just all varying kinds of phenomenon.
That in
Correct?
itself could be true, but I can see what your magic is.
So then, if you can see what my magic is, then why are you so concerned whether or not I am this person that you think I might be?
Well, there are also ways to conceal certain things that I've learned. If you're asking where my magic, as it were, comes from or resides, it comes from me. No outside source.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue.
All right. As you guys continue on, you hear those birds chirping, singing songs. You hear buzz of insects all around, skittering on the ground of the woodland or the jungle uh, creatures. But you do come upon a podium that looks of stone and to be ruined a bit. It is old. Uh, it's these are this is like a stone walkway here. Podium is here with steps. There are some stones here and there, podiums and tomes and stuff on the walls as you guys walk up.
Is this a puzzle episode? This looks exactly like the side of a cereal box. I love those things. Try and find your way through the maze.
And then as you guys walk up, she's, oh, I found it, and she like rushes up to this podium here and puts her hand on it and kind of like just puts her hand over it and comes down upon it. Looks like she's studying it.
I go over to Yoder and I go, "You're the you're the scholar here. What do you say? What are you ever seen anything like this?"
Have I seen any ruins like this before? I don't think so.
You've not. You've not.
But I am interested, so I will follow behind her and also take a look.
I would like to do an Arcana check on the ruins.
Yes, please.
That is Arcana's +6, so that's a 17.
17. With a 17, you're definitely getting a type of pull magical aura pull from these runes, even as old as they are. There's definitely still some juice left in whatever the hell these are. Yeah.
Can I make a history check to see like if these were like if it looks like this might have served some sort of specific purpose to whoever used to live in this jungle?
Yeah, you being a scholar might have come up with something. Give me a history check.
All right. That's an 18.
Okay, you have the skull of the rotting flesh bullywug in your pack.
Well, I assume it doesn't have any more flesh left after being in the fire all night.
It does not. Thank you. Yeah.
That'll teach him.
Huh?
He never even got attacked by bears. Grim, you're so worried.
Or lions or tigers.
Then I had a mushroom and passed out.
All right, what was your roll, Nathan?
18.
18. You think back of all of the studies that you had, and you vaguely remember coming upon a story since you lived in the islands that you know that these islands weren't the schools, they weren't the army academy, they weren't Captain Jack's to begin with. You know some of the past of these islands. You never want to talk about it because it's pretty grim. No pun intended.
Oh, I see what you did there.
That these used to belong to the Yanti, the lizard folk, and the Triton. You can gather that, and now that you're walking up closer and seeing this stuff, there's definitely some primordial on the wall a little bit that you can read. And it's bits and pieces, it's ruined, but you can gather enough that this is telling a story of who the fallen are and a history of these being their islands and being these being and then being basically pushed off of them for commercial purposes and the life of you and the life of your ancestors and everybody else's ancestors beforehand. Not necessarily you specifically, but people
But
who
the
took them over in the
live here
beginning.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start copying down like everything that I read from the ruins into my notebook.
I'm assuming that's your Hadar speak, yeah?
Throwing out some random flavor text that might be around.
Grim goes over to Vilgax.
Yeah.
So I know you see more than just the mundane. Do these ruins have anything magical about them?
I'm not the keenest magical detective that we have. But I'll take a look and see if I sense any big auras or anything else coming from the ruin area.
This one I'm going to have you make a Arcana check on.
Alright, Arcana. A 4. A natural 1.
You try to attune
Oh.
into your ethereal plane, into Astra, into everything you know. And to you, you've seen magical auras before. You kind of know what they look like. You're looking for it. This doesn't seem to have anything that you can see special about it at all.
So then I'll just look back over at Grim after like scanning the area and just go, looks like some rocks.
It's kind of what I thought too.
and it looks like we're wasting our time. We should get to the war school. Remember, there's an entire rest of the island possibly under attack.
True.
So Big X is gonna holler up at the people on top of the altar podium thing. Go, how much time do you need?
Yoda, for you, this is very Yoda, for you, this is actually really you're into this. There's history here. There's all sorts of things here that you're trying to glean from and write down and gather. So
Yeah, he's gonna kind of like be like, huh, like he almost just like didn't hear you. He's so enthralled in examining the ruins.
So as nobody answers back, Big X is gonna take a step up here. Like, assuming these are like steps or a ramp or something, right? In here.
Yep.
But just take a step up to here and go, Yoder, it appears these are very old. That's fantastic. But as we sit here, these are not going to age. I thought you were looking for someone that's supposed to still be alive. Maybe we should find them before they're not.
They could. He turns around and he's like, oh, you're talking to me. Just because he was not paying attention. And he's gonna say, let's see. I don't have the faintest idea where to begin to look for my friend.
Well, if you think they're here, then by all means, let's keep looking. Otherwise, maybe we should try somewhere else.
Let me just try one more thing before we head out, and then I'm gonna take that thing that I got from Amicus in his office before he left out, and then I'm gonna, I don't know, try to see if the monster has any sort of reaction to it by holding it up to it. Maybe I'll place it on top of the altar.
Oh yeah, that was the
crystal.
The crystal.
Yeah.
So you go to the other side of the altar from Jane here. She's not paying attention to any of you guys. She's off reading all of these runes and writing down kind of like Yoder was, and Yoder takes out the crystal that he got. And every time you pull that crystal out, Yoder, the pull that you know about to do the thing with it kind of gets stronger. You didn't really realize it before, but this is the thing you've been looking for like years, if you remember.
Okay.
And when you put it away back in your pocket, it kind of goes away, right? So you pull it out and you feel that strong urge to dip, if you will. But you go ahead and put it on the altar. And as you set it down, there's energy coming from it. And from the altar, it pops into the crystal, and then it shoots out almost as like a laser into all of the wording that was here. And all of the writing pops up all around, and the runes start to glow a blue aura. And as you go to put your hand back on the crystal, it's in your hand, it's still there. You're able to now see a vision of the war that happened in the past that drove those three groups of people away from these islands. You see nothing but destruction and horror and death from humans and elves and orcs and basically anybody who wasn't a Triton, lizard folk, or Yanti. You can see these groups of people and them fighting. And you pop back into existence, and then the light goes out. You guys all saw the runes light up blue for like a split second, and then it was gone. Yoder, for you, it felt like it was 10, 15, 20 minutes that you were able to gain all this information and vision of that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Visions of the ancients.
So did everyone else see the vision, or was it just me?
Nope, just you.
Okay.
Well then, interesting.
Fancy blue stones from putting the crystal on the altar.
Time to
That was
fight.
nifty.
I'll sacrifice a chick on the altar.
You want to try that?
No.
Okay.
But we should take her things.
Do you want to try that?
At this point, Vilgax is going to look up at the rest of the party and go, did everybody see that?
That kind of blue
Um,
shimmer, yeah.
Yeah, I've been paying attention very, very deeply to this whole situation currently.
The other looks like kind of shook by whatever it was he just saw, and like just took in a whole lot of information.
I go up to you and I go, are you okay?
He just kind of shakes his head and he says, "Those poor snake people did not deserve a fate such as that.
What happened?
So this land used to belong to the Yuan-Ti, just like they told us. And I just had some sort of sight, some sort of vision of the terrible, terrible war that took place when everyone else who lives here now, their ancestors forced them off the land. It was horrifying.
What did they do?
It was a bloodbath. I mean,
They put
were just trying to-
mayonnaise with their mustard.
They killed so many of them.
Do you think are these ruins theirs?
I'm sure. Yeah, they are. These are ruins of the Yuan-Ti. If you look here, the writing here it's written in their language, but it's basically the story of. It's basically the story of how they were basically of the genocide that took place here.
So when we talked to that woman the other day, she was right.
Yeah, there's a lot of pain in their past.
So as this is all going on for, minutes at a time, I'm gonna walk my way up here. Go for somebody that had most of their race wiped out. Supposedly, seemed pretty reasonable for killing one of them.
Maybe they're. I don't know.
Is the crystal thing still sitting out, or do you have it in your hand?
I would have grabbed it after, like, as soon as that vision ended. And
sorry, Vilgax, what did you say again?
Which part?
That part, but just before you asked about the crystal.
Oh, I just commented Deodor about a race that supposedly had almost the entirety of them wiped out. It was very calm the other day for us killing one of them.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. I Yoder would take a beat and then say, I think I've gotten everything I think we've learned as much as we can here.
Is there more to these ruins?
This small kind of podium altar is what's here. You can see, which by looking around, Rom, that, and you saw the split second where the shit all lit up. So there's definitely writing here that's not here. But from what you can gather, you can read Primordial too, or no?
I can.
Yeah, you can. So Vilgax, you're kind of getting glimpses if you look around and you're like, okay, what's cool about this place, or what the hell is this place? You're still seeing some little facts about Yanti, lizard folk, Triton. It's very jumbled and broken, but you can see war, you can see blood, you can see those three names of it. You can kind of make out, you know, the islands for them. You can make out the name the Fallen at the very like end of one of them. It's kind of broken. You can't piece it all together a ton, but you can kind of make out that type of stuff, and everything in between you really can't see. But you do make out those types of words that are all over the wall.
Yoder. What stone did he pull out?
It's like a small golden crystal.
Where did you get that?
Kind of hesitates. From a friend.
Would you mind if I just looked at it?
He hesitates again and thinks for a second. And he goes to reach forward in his pocket and sure. It kind of like very slowly holds it out to you.
Yeah, I'd like to make an Arcana check on this jewel.
Yes, please.
That is 15 plus, what did I say, 6? Or 3? 6. So 21.
Are you looking at it, or do you try to go and grab it and touch it, or?
I don't want to offend him, so I'm looking at it. I don't want to grab it from his hand all rude, like that's not what I'm here for.
Okay, so by looking at it and focusing your sorcery magic, if you will, from Arcana, your gift of magic, you gather that this is a very powerful, holy crystal. One that you've never really encountered as powerful crystal. Now you've had orbs, you've seen other things that you've had that are very, very powerful.
Would this be what I would consider a data storage, or an access to data storage device?
You, by looking at it and with the 21, that's exactly what you think it is.
Okay, that's just what I needed to know.
But for some reason, there's also a holy side to this type of thing too, which is a little bit weird, but that's exactly what you think it is.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
So magic thumb drive. Okay.
Yeah. It's a data storage device as far as I'm concerned. So I'm gonna look at Yoder and be like, I know that probably wasn't easy, but thank you for letting me look at it.
It's probably full of the old Yanti porn.
The lusty Argonian maid.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. That's why this thing is priceless. It's the original copy.
You are now here in the middle of the ruins. Yoder, you've just seen a vision of destruction. You guys are all just standing here. What? Anything else you want to do?
I pull out my orb. I see if it does the thing.
This is the one that's cracked.
Yeah.
Did you give one? You gave one of those to Yoder as well, right?
I gave something to Yoder. Yeah.
Yeah, you gave some. Okay, so this orb of yours that's cracked. So you place this on the altar.
Mm-hmm.
It at first, you place it, you look, and you stare, and nothing happens.
Okay.
And as you go to reach in and go grab it, and say, oh, whatever, nothing happens. Once you put your hand on it, the crack in it starts to mend. But with like it's glowing as it's mending. It's not, but it looks like it starts to mend. Except for instead of it being blue, what color is this orb? Does it have a color?
It's green.
Yep. Instead of it being green or the blue that you saw before, it turns red instead.
Hey, how about you put your stone in his stone?
And once it finishes mending, your green orb turns red underneath your hands. And for a split second, everybody sees a red burst of energy, and it's gone. Rom, you see a land of explosion, a land you haven't seen before, with a massive explosion here and a massive explosion there. You see a group of adventurers. One looks like a celestial. One looks like a ranger of sorts. We have we also have a dwarf and a tiefling, right?
Yeah.
And you see a demon from hell, a very large one. You see a very large celestial woman, angel, and then all of them vanish, and you see tentacles. You see darkness, and you see a very large figure dressed in yellow. And the very last image you see is just a ghostly head of like smoke, yellow smoke and fog, like hush. It kind of like bites you as you come back to.
As I come back to, I immediately take the orb off the altar and put it back in my pouch.
You do so.
Grolberg just says, why don't I have a secret rock that I can put on an altar to glow?
It's because your
Well,
hand couldn't hold that much power. I'm not talking about the good one.
well, speaking of, looks like it fixed the stone. Try it out. What's the worst thing that could happen?
That's not going to happen.
Well, Grim's not going to do it, I guess.
Grim just sits on the altar.
You sit on the altar?
Sit. I'm sitting on the altar now. It's like, well, I don't have anything fancy to put on there, so here's my ass.
A line of light appears on top of the altar and scans underneath you, and then
Oh boy.
I need 2 seconds to feed the dogs, and I'll be right back, and we're going to continue with Grim's ass on the altar.
awesome.
Well then.
2 seconds.
Well then. Was it too outside for you, Peter?
It was too windy, so I was afraid it was like messing with my mic.
Yeah, it was super freaking windy here yesterday. I was trying to like grill, and it was just like, super fire, blow out the flames. Fire, flames, nothing. I'm like, oh, damn it. It did not work out well. And then about a quarter of the way through, I ran out of gas anyway. Like, fuck. I just came inside as a failure and grilled on the stove. Oh, by the way, right now, PC gamers, it's a Steam summer sale. So open up your wallets, empty them out.
I can't. I gotta
Mine
save
was
money.
already empty, so sorry, Steam.
I bought a few games on there for like under like $4. Started playing this one last night, which we might be doing a series on, but it seems pretty fun.
Okay, we are back. And I lost my thingy.
I hate it when that happens.
Oh, I lose it constantly.
Usually it's somewhere where I know where it is.
Oh, man.
If that isn't the biggest lie we tell ourselves, how to put it here so I know where it is.
Right? Yeah. Hopefully my voice isn't too distorted because I lost my... Oh, well. I'll try to find it later. Grimmelberg. You go to sit on the altar. And really nothing happens. You're sitting there trying to do your thing. See if anything happens. Like, what the fuck? Why is nothing happening? And as you go to, like, kind of jump down your skeletal hand, you use your skeletal hand to try to, like, push yourself off. And as that hits this top of the altar, you see Grim freeze. His eyes go dark.
I will look at Vilgax and go, if any time is a time to us cutting off his hand, it will be now.
You might get a little Sam Raimi in here if you did that.
It might.
Might not.
Vilgax, you've had this dream before. Remember when you saw Dak, as more of a zombie, if you will, like an undead Dak. In your dream, you see this again. You see Dak, but from behind, it looks like it's him. And when he turns around, it is indeed an undead Dak. He doesn't see you. It doesn't look like he sees you. But you do see that he's holding on to what kind of looks like a heart. And when he goes and squeezes a little bit, you feel that. When he squeezes it even harder, you feel it. When he speaks into it, you hear the voice.
No, I don't like that at all.
And and then it flashes like lightning behind him. And you start seeing what the vision that you see behind him is an undead horde of all sorts of people you seem to recognize but don't recognize. But it is, for all intents and purposes, an undead horde army as he speaks into this heart, and you hear those voices. And as it crackles and thunders in the dark, you come back, and you're here. And for you guys, there was a little burst of black magic, black energy that came from the altar at that point. And Grim removes his hand and says, he's here.
So about that hand.
Maybe this altar is just a rave site. Just keeps flashing different lights.
Or maybe this altar is an amplification of powers that we're not really sure about. I mean, to try sticking your body on top of that altar, maybe it'll help you with your whole, what was it, Romex situation?
I'm not putting my junk on it.
You could.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, you find out some more information on this Romex character. Who knows? You might even find out it's me. It's crazy. Do it.
Hey Jane, what happened to you when you touched the altar?
And you go and look around to try and find Jane, and she is not on the top of this altar anymore. She's not on top of this podium. She seems to be gone.
We should leave now.
We shouldn't.
Some girl who was saying she was lost in the woods all of a sudden just disappeared from here. She may know people around here, and she's going to bring them back to try to murder us.
You
She
guys were
could
talking about
potentially-
leading us into a trap. Now everybody's up here, fucked up from these mushrooms, having flashbacks. We should go.
She could be a resource of sorts. Have you never heard of guides or companions that help you on
In
all
either
of these
case,
multitude of tasks?
guides and companions stay with you. They don't leave you
That
alone
is
in the middle of the
not
woods.
true. That is not true at all.
So, all right, you're saying go and look for her, find her.
I'm not saying go and look for her. I think she's gone. Good for her. But I don't think that we should leave quite yet. I mean, if there's more to this place than just this magical altar that amplifies magical effects, then we should probably look into it. It could help you with your Romex situation. It could help Yoder find his friend, and it could help Grimmelbook figure out why the fuck his hand is so weird.
My hand's
Otherwise, you know
fine.
what? We can go. We can go do the thing that we were going to originally do anyway, and go waste 1,000 years at some place that is barely going to turn you into a better fighter than you are now.
Well, the idea was to go get like an army from the camp to go fight Romax, but I mean,
Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. Well, that just, I feel like, amplifies my reasoning a little bit more.
Well, that would be a good argument. Yoder, has this helped you find your friend so far?
It's given me something. I don't know where my Yolnik is still, but I feel enlightened. But
I'm gonna try one more thing on this altar. I am gonna put the jewel from the pommel of my sword on the altar. DM knows what that is, right?
Okay.
Is this innuendo for your undead penis?
Yes.
So, you go ahead and try to put that sword, that jewel that you had received. You get the same exact vision that you had before. Undead deck, undead horde, speaking into what looks like a heart. You feel it, you hear it. However, with putting that on here, you get the sense that this might be a little more real than just a vision. You get when you're in there, you realize your tether is 2-year-old general.
Oh, I lost rocks.
Oh,
Anybody
yeah,
else?
I did too. Right at like a goddamn key moment.
Cliffhanger next time on Elora.
He's still gone, yo. I refreshed. He's still out.
We all back? We all good?
now he's back.
Yeah. Cliffhanger.
I was like typing, and I'm like, oh my god, no.
You're tethered. You know now. You didn't know before, but you know now. Your tether. Nobody else knows this, but above board. But your tether is to Dak.
Really thought he was dead.
Daddy Dak not dead. He's undead.
Now do with that as you will, but this is your information.
Grimmelberg just starts walking away from the altar. This new information seems to bother him, so he just kind of walks off down this way.
Well, Vilgax will walk up to this thing now. Look over at Ram and Yoda and go, everybody's so obsessed with this thing. Let's see what it's all about. I'm going to take my Book of Astra in one hand and my other hand. Put them both on the altar.
Yes.
I was hoping you would do that. You put the book down. You start kind of flip through pages. You're just reading whatever, and nothing happens for you, Vilgax. You're waiting a lot longer than anybody else did. You want something to happen. You want to see something.
So then after, 30 seconds or whatnot, I'll pick back up my book. Just like, do that one-handed, like, where you close it. Like, snap it close. Let's go. Are we satisfied now? Let me go.
Ha ha, the altar doesn't like you.
Yoda's like, yeah, I'm good.
Once you snap your book closed, though, Vilgax, you're taken to Astra's. You're taken to her realm. Yoda, you're not here. I gotta delete you. Second. It is just you, Vilgax.
VIP room.
She calls out and says, "How close are you? What have you found out? Is there any more news for me?"
Well, the news is everybody's tripping on mushrooms, worshipping some piece of rock. Random lady runs off into the woods. And we're lost in the middle of the jungle of a continent.
Remember, I told you to trust them.
So far, it's led to little.
I believe you're on the right path. I believe you will do this for me and you'll be successful. Try it again. Try it again.
Just gotta have a little faith.
As always, we will do our best. But we do our best in the shadows alone.
Oh, shit. Wrong.
Well, that's different.
Oh, reality shifted. Oh.
Oh, there goes reality.
You're back here.
Oh, there goes Vilgax.
Did we notice him disappear, or was it just like an instant?
For you, it's an instant. It's like a little flash of time. For Vilgax, feels a little longer because he's there. But for you guys, it's like a flash of time. Like you're used to him disappearing and popping in and out before, but you've also been to Astra's projection before, so
Yeah.
you can gain that it might have happened. Otherwise, he's just here. But Vilgax, you're back next to the altar with everybody.
So I want to holler at Grim if he's within, assuming
shout at
yelling distance yet.
I'm basically just over at the bottom of the steps or whatever.
Go.
Yeah.
Come here, everybody. Get on the side of the altar. I want to try something.
All right.
Grimmelberg's just still reeling from the information and doesn't even, have it in him to just even bother arguing.
So, Yoda and Ram, I'm going to say, grab your items, put them here again. And then I'm going to take my book out and with my other hand grab Grim's hand and slam it on the altar.
Which hand?
The dead one. Undead one.
Okay.
All of the items are now on the altar. You guys have your hands on the altar. And again, you guys wait about 20, 30 seconds for anything to happen. Ram, you notice that your orbs, it's still cracked. When you took it back out, you notice it's still cracked. and it starts to mend in red. Yoder, your crystal does start to glow with blue ends that shoot out to the side and light up the walls for you. Grim, your eyes go black and you see a little bit of a black energy pop out. Everybody sees it. And Vilgax, your book starts to glow purple. Captain Planet.
We need the fifth one.
Now,
Oh, Jaden ran
you guys-
off.
now that you see this, actually you do see Jane come running back up to the altar, and
Is she gonna put her diary on the top now?
she puts her diary on. No, she doesn't. But what she does is put her hellfire dagger on the altar. As she sees you guys doing this, and you guys are doing this, it seems weird that you guys are all doing. God dang it! Go to the right. There. So she runs back up, slams her dagger on the altar with you guys. Now everybody sees every vision all at once. It is mind-blowing. It is intense. So again, Rom, you see Rom's vision that he had of a very powerful adventuring group with a archangel and a demon of sorts, and then they disappear, and a tentacle dark figure in yellow with yellow fog around snaps and bites at you for that. You see Yoder's vision of what happened here with the Yanti, the lizard folk, and the Triton, and the epic war that happened many years ago that changed the islands forever. You see Grimm's vision of Dak and the undead horde army, and him holding a heart, and you can see Grim wincing as he squeezes it and talks into it, and you see Vilgax. You have a vision of Romex with a book. He is surrounded by water currently. Swamp.
He's on a boat, motherfucker. Oh, it's a swamp.
And swamp and water, and he's just reading it, and he's popping in and out of existence, laughing hysterically. And he looks up and he sees you, and he just keeps laughing.
And as he looks up and sees me, at first I'll look shocked for a split second. And then as I realize he sees me and I make eye contact, I just get the biggest grin on my face.
You just laugh back at him?
You guys are laughing in sequence together. And he takes the book and he just says, "I'm sure I'll be seeing you later." Slams the book shut, and now you've popped into the vision that none of you have seen yet. You see hellfire. You see destruction. For all of you, you guys, remind me, right? You guys all came from the mainland, correct? You guys came on a boat from the mainland.
Yep.
Except for Rom. So you three, sorry, Yoda not, but Vilgax and Grim,
Long time ago.
you recognize this place as being those main continents from the north that are currently on fire. You see monstrosities raining down terror across it. You see 4 adventurers, the ones that I mentioned before that were actually in Rom's vision as well. You see the archangel, or a large archangel, and a large demon working together, trying to fight these monstrosities.
Okay.
You also see the tower, a very large tower with a bright light with an explosion. And you see another explosion off in the distance. It is destroying everything around you. You see tentacles everywhere coming up from the oceans and the water that is around. You see a very dense yellow fog. And then you guys are back and snapped back into this altar. And as you take your items off the altar, everything snaps back to reality. Everything is as it was. You have the visions in your head. You can see it. You saw it. And then the altar cracks.
Oh, we broke it.
Dun, dun.
A lot of the times, magical things, when their purpose is served, just, decide to break themselves.
So once we're back and like my head's cleared for just a second, I'm gonna look over and just completely deadpan look at Jane and go, "Who are you?"
And then, like the beginning of Skyrim, she starts morphing into dozens of different characters in seconds.
So she steps back from all of you and says, I was a guide sent from the heavens and the hells. This is bigger than all of you. It's bigger than me. Pick your battles, choose where you need to go. But a great destruction is coming. Do with what you will. And with that, she gets in a big spiral of fire with a bright light that shoots up, and she's gone.
Well, this isn't the first planet I'll save. It won't be the last. Let's go.
Should have killed her and took her stuff.
Well, I never said don't. I just didn't say anything.